Guys, good morning. What's up, Brian? Assalamu alaikum. Let's go. Yeah, so the IonQ thing was in the 10Q, so it was pretty well telegraphed. Um, yeah, I mean, dude is rich now. Oh shit, QUBT dropped very quickly there. Oracle put up some big numbers. Let's actually look at most. A lot of action right here at the open, but Nvidia's traded the most shares wise, 15 million shares. It's up 20 basis points. GameStop, number two, it's down 20%. I talked about this with some people in Godel, but basically, um, yeah, the GameStop shareholders, I think, are getting a little bit screwed here because you have the situation where Ryan Cohen was supposed to be this great new CEO. He's supposed to do something really cool, transform the business, and he goes and buys some Bitcoin, which to a lot of people is kind of I would imagine a disappointment. So that stock's down 20% almost. Big drop there. All right, Rigetti's up 3.5, popping for now on 14 million shares. I'd imagine that's going to turn around pretty hard here. Quantum Computing Inc., kind of a shell company, basically, down 1% after a huge rise over the last few days, almost doubling in price. Company with basically no business operations whatsoever. Still doubling in price for no reason, just because the word quantum. Tesla down 10 basis points on 9 million shares. Boeing down 5% on a spectacular crash in India. 200 so people lost their lives. Very sad news out of India. So Boeing back in the news, unfortunately, there. 9 million shares traded for CureVac. What is the news on CureVac? BioNTech to acquire CureVac. There you go. Good for them. Plug Power always on this list. Planet Labs. Isn't Planet Labs one of this guy's companies as well? Anyway, D-Wave down 40 basis points. Rigetti now only up 2%. Navitas up 2%. Oracle up 10%. Huge bookings. We're going to look at those financials in a minute. Grab Holdings down 2%. 7 or 8 million shares. Big Bear, also low dollar stock. Intel down 1%. SoFi down 2%. Applied Digital flat, but still a lot of volume. Lucid, always on this list. Palantir, Oklo did a big secondary, only down 2% now. Oklo scares me. IonQ up 40 basis points after the CEO sells 100 million shares, which was already well known, but still now has gone through with it. Applied Opto up 20%. TELUS, telecom company, up 20%. Kestra Medical, I don't know this one, is up 10%. Master Beef, my favorite company. Ascentage Pharma up 7%. I also don't know these guys. We'll have to look into it. Beijing up 7%. Some gold stocks are up. Zylab is up. Ardelyx, Fathom is up. Centessa, nothing too crazy here. Some resources stocks. We mentioned GameStop is down a ton. Lyra down 9%. Again, resources stocks. Schrodinger down 8%. The software company that makes software for pharmaceutical companies. All right, by value, Tesla's traded the most, and Nvidia's close behind it. Boeing down 4% is in the third spot. Oracle, $2 billion worth of stock up 10%. Apple, Palantir, Microsoft, Broadcom. Meta buying Scale AI. Congratulations to Meta and Scale. United Health, Amazon. That was yesterday's news, of course. Amazon, Alphabet, JP Morgan. Strategy down 2%. GameStop has not been on this list in a while. $400 million trading hands at GameStop. 10 billion market cap. Oklo, almost the same exact numbers. GE, CoreWeave, Alphabet, market's turning red pretty aggressively here. All these stocks are now red on the most list, traded by dollar value. We'll see if the market will come back or not. So that's what's going on. SPYs are down 17 bips. Nothing too big, but quantum is now down across the board, even Rigetti. So June 24th, we've got Anavex coming potentially very soon here. That's really exciting. Can't wait for the European Union to reject them. We've been taking some losses lately, but with Immune, Anavex, and the fall of quantum, it's about to be a nice summer. I still think I can make 30 to 100% this year. Somebody wanted to see a chart of the S&P going back to quite a while. Let me see if I can with PE ratios. Let me see if I can pull that up. Current short position size on what? Oh, Adam, this account I started 2 or 3 months ago is down 40 something percent right now. So it's been a brutal ride. But last year we were up 2,400%, so not too bad. Okay, so NASDAQ PE ratio uh, at one point the dot-com bubble was pretty wild, as you can see. The lowest Nasdaq PE ratio ever was 16 in 2023 there. Current PE ratio is around 30 times, which is obviously pretty elevated. S&P is a little more normal data. And you can see the highest recorded value there, 1993, 34 times earnings. But we got levels like that again, around 30 times earnings, the dot-com bubble, 20, 20-ish times around 2010. And then multiples have expanded and peaked in 2020 around 30 something times. Right now, number stands at around 27 times, but also you could interpret it as 23 times, depending on how you look at it. So I think 23 is the right number, which isn't bad. I mean, it's certainly elevated, but I don't think it's like historically too high or anything. Somebody showed me a chart that was really wild. Let's see if I can get back to the right numbers here. There are a couple of charts that were really wild that if you take the Mag 7 out of the S&P, it's like a really, really, really weird finding that, basically the whole other part of the S&P 500 has not gone up at all in the last 10 years, which is really, really wild. You broke the news on Wall Street Bets regarding IonQ? I'm not sure what you mean. What news? Sorry, James, if I'm a little behind you. I don't update the account value in real time, but I'm already recovering some losses, you haters. That's not news. Yeah, there was a 10Q filing that he was selling all the shares of that entity what, a week ago. So I think I don't know if it's all his or just an entity he controls because he did the SPAC for the company. We'll see, Josh. That sounds really interesting. Well, the funniest part is the CEO also said on a Twitter space that like only 3 people went to that because Cisco had a 200 billion market cap, he was going to have a 200 billion market cap. He said his stock was a 20 to 30 bagger. When I find 20, 30 baggers, I sell them right away. That's what I do. I don't want that. Ooh. I want that trash in my portfolio. Come on, bro. I'm trying to do that. Andrew, I think you might be mistaken. It's on Twitter. It's on Twitter Spaces. But yeah, it was super funny. I couldn't fucking believe it. Yeah, I mean it's a stock term. It's not like it's totally out of the question, but it's still not. It's not something for a CEO to do. Okay, it's down 42% right now. So for you haters, I've updated the title. Any of you haters, I'm handing out smacks. You want to pick yours up? Just let me know. FedEx it to you. Yeah, it's a bit fraudulent to talk like that. I mean, I don't even know. Yeah, do you want me to find it? It was really cringe. I forgot. It was like some Indian guy interviewing him. It was like the most atrocious conference call because the guy didn't speak English. The guy couldn't connect to the call for the first 20 minutes. Let's see if I can find it. I mean, honestly, what's amazing about it is this is the best data point for a short because it's like truly unbelievable call. I don't know if he recorded it or not, but it was like sickeningly bad. I had to get off and do my own. It was so bad. But it was a Twitter space. So I don't know if it stays archived or not. I don't really care about Boeing. I don't know a lot about it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to search for the spaces. See if there's a better way to do it. I can go back. Yeah, I've studied Peter Chapman. He's not he's definitely I don't think There was a lot of high hopes for him, and I think Monroe didn't particularly love him. Niccolo retweet? No way. That's just embarrassing. Oh, I love it. Oh my god. I gotta record this. 800 people tuned in. Are you guys want to hear this? This is insane.
So
Are we
sorry,
getting
folks.
this? Are we getting this recording? How come I can't hear it on the monitor? I need to hear it on the prompter.
Ion Trap just
Thank
30.
you. All right, good.
The overall processing power by 20x.
I think you guys have been tweeting that.
Give me a minute. So sorry, folks.
Elok?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Fantastic. Sorry about that. And endless issues. But I'm here now, and I'm hopeful everybody else has hung in with us. So how would you guys like to proceed here?
Yeah, we'd like to hear more about the massive acquisition you folks did on Oxford Ionics and also the 5 acquisitions you did this year. We'd like to hear more how it's going to, change your POR. Are we going to get in few years or a decade? I think people want to know a lot on the quantum. So quantum is a similar space as GPUs were in
People want to know a lot about quantum.
Maybe
This guy's a good analyst.
So any information here will be like a good.
Any information on quantum, please.
Okay, did everybody listen to our webinar yesterday? And you've all seen the updated roadmap? Hopefully.
Yes.
That is the starting point. So I think you guys have been tweeting that. I can see that people have put the new roadmap in the stock meetups, and so yeah, so that's easily. I mean, look, I do want people to listen to the webinar. We spent obviously a lot of time to make sure that there was 45 minutes of content there. So I don't have any extra information that's not in the webinar, but I'm happy to recap the webinar and obviously take questions around that. I think most people on this call understand the Mellanox analog vis-a-vis our LightSync acquisition, and I think most also recognize that the acceleration that we have achieved through LightSync and Oxford Ionics is quite staggering. I think there are other people that hope that in 5 or 10 years they can build a quantum computer, but at the end of the day, we're the person that's showing it every year. And as of yesterday, and as of these 2 acquisitions, we are demonstrating obviously the strongest roadmap of working systems between now early fault tolerance and full fault tolerance. And I don't think anybody is going to be able to catch us on 80,000 logical qubits in 2030 and 2 million physical qubits in 2030. So a lot of our presentation yesterday focused on walking through the application unlocks. And I would encourage people to look at the final application slide in our presentation when I was sort of concluding before the Q&A, because we have shown a couple dozen applications. And obviously yesterday we also announced the AstraZeneca 20x speed up in partnership with NVIDIA and AWS. So, quantum is real and here, and it's getting better. And I think we're at a tremendous inflection point here in the next, 12 months or so with where our machines, can go to, how they can advance the ANSYS and AstraZeneca use cases we've shown with just 36 qubits on our 40 enterprise system. And you all know that things speed up rapidly from here as we're doubling the compute space every time we add a qubit. So, look, I think the main summary of where we are at as a company is ion traps have led the quantum computing ecosystem for the last 5 or 10 years because we have the lowest errors and the highest fidelity. And that's going to continue, right? When you have a working machine, betting on expanding that is, mostly about challenging but still soluble engineering challenges. When you don't have a working machine, you're just guessing. And so I think the reality is we're very bullish that it is exceptionally difficult for any other modality to catch us at this point. And ion trap fidelity is very difficult to overcome when you have to have thousands of qubits to have one reasonably decent one that performs calculations, right? So Oxford Ionics sets fidelity records. We're going to maintain those fidelity records. We're going to put more ion traps on a chip. We're going to print those chips. And we're going to connect our systems together using LightSync the same way Mellanox does for NVIDIA in data rooms. And so there's a fairly clear path from here on out where it has all been proven over the last 5 years by IonQ, Oxford, LightSync, and it needs to just be effectively put together. So anyway, so we're excited. It's a big day, most significant acquisition for IonQ in its history. I'm also very excited about the talent pool at IonQ. We have a fantastic team at Harvard and a fantastic team also, obviously now in Oxford. And so we continue to believe that talent is the proverbial Warren Buffett weighing machine that matters for long-term success.
Absolutely, 100% on that, because we have seen so many unicorns who are, have the right talent. They succeeded amazingly fast. And the folks you have and the talent, especially the acquisitions you have done, right? The 6 acquisitions, 3 on the quantum networking, 3 on the quantum computing. You have got immense talent. Nicola, a curious question on the manufacturing. Do you manufacture end to end the chipsets, or do you partner with any other chip making companies?
Yeah, that'll depend on the scale, right? So I think things will always work in the lab, and maybe the first one's done internally, but obviously to grow, vast scale for sure, we're partnering, and we're partnering with all, Oxford Ionics already partners with a couple fabs, and that's relatively public information if you hunt around their press releases and their website. But look, I mean, the BOM advantages are tangible. We think that we're going to cut our bill of materials down by a factor of 3 with Oxford Ionics. We have all the same advantages around room temperature combined with minimal power. And we're actually both in the DARPA quantum benchmarking challenge, and so I think it's going to be exciting to see everyone come together to advance our cause there from phase A into phase B, and we expect phase C as well.
I'm curious on how. So, what is your process and methodology when you move from a particular qubit to the next qubit, or when you're trying to build a new machine type? So, how do you validate the accuracy of it? Because that's a very curious question for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a reasonable question, and I like to say that I'm a good physicist, but I'm by far and away not the best physicist that works at IonQ or Oxford Ionics. So, I mean, I care about personally validation through running applications, right? I think that the time to solution. First of all, can you get a solution? Okay, because there's plenty of other people that think they have a machine that runs, but they can't get a solution on a lot of the stuff that IonQ gets a solution on. So some of them have infinite time to solution and never converge. So can you get a solution point 1, point 2, how fast you achieve a solution? And the reality is, we are the best all-around athlete, and I think we'll be the best all-around athlete every year. And the reality here is you're going to struggle to find a competitor that can keep up with us because we're doing real-world work. We've been around 30 years, and we're already getting paid to run applications. So we're not starting an application team today. We've had one for years. It's just
When were
getting
you
bigger
around
and deeper.
30 years?
I think there was a lot of endless debates about everything from fidelity to gate speed to gate operations to number of qubits and error correction over logical qubits. So at the end of the day, what's going to matter here are logical qubits and what applications can you actually unlock. And this is the part where RIN traps come into their own, and where RIN traps combined with quantum memory from LightSync and combined with manufacturing, miniaturization, cost advantages, and in some cases, fidelity advantages from Oxford, makes for a winning combination.
Awesome. So how do you foresee the difference between quantum computing and the quantum networks? Which one do you think will have massive growth?
I'm pretty bullish that they're both going to have fantastic growth. And so, people forget that, yes, quantum computing is the core of our business here, but there are other people that do quantum computing, or at least attempt to. No one else really is in the quantum networking market, right? There's some small venture-backed dabbles, and there's small, subsidiaries of some existing, telecoms companies. But we are not only the only public quantum networking company, but we're the biggest quantum networking company in the world at this point, between Qubitekk, Capella, and obviously IDQ in Geneva. So when you stand back and look at IonQ in totality, there's a very big business to be built just around quantum networking, right? Because everyone's going to need this as effectively, progress is made on RSA encryption cracking and blockchain encryption cracking. Cisco has a market cap of hundreds of billions of dollars, and so I kind of sit here and I go, well, at minimum, the future of IonQ looks like that, and the ceiling of it looks like Nvidia, and obviously we're playing for the bigger rather than the more modest, whatever it is, 20 or 30 bagger from where we are. But first things first, right? I mean, I think I'd be very happy 10xing, 20xing, 30xing the stock from where we are here in the next few years. But we're going to keep going, right? I mean, we have a fantastic opportunity at IonQ with fantastic talent to do well by doing good, make a huge impact in the world, and obviously create a lot of shareholder value. And that is what we all wake up to do every single day. I mean, we're a pretty intense environment in total, but everyone always tells me this is the greatest job they've ever had. And I'm very proud of that.
I'm really impressed on how you're building the end-to-end stack and also acquiring the right acquisitions, because this is such a complex space. You're trying to build the master ecosystem in the quantum computing and networking. Um, how is the acquisition with the Capella space happening? And could you tell me more about uh, how this would change overall the warfare and what do you foresee in the warfare?
Yeah, no, I saw some interesting questions, obviously in the chat and the thread. Capella hasn't closed yet. There is a fair amount of national security, review that goes on when you buy a business in this sector. We
Hmm.
expect it'll close, probably the second half of the year at this point, or rather, certainly second half of the year. The question is whether it's Q3 or Q4. The reason we were excited about that deal, and we're still excited about that deal, is not only does it bring us better access to government contracting, but it also brings us, of course, QKD opportunities, ground to space, space to space, and space to ground. Part of the theme of our Oxford Ionics, acquisition is that we're bringing an alliance of the U.S. and U.K. To compete with China. And at the end of the day, China is probably spending vastly more than the U.S. and U.K. are on quantum computing. And so IonQ plus Oxford Ionics are a way of punching back at that, if you will. And we are sort of single-handedly leading the charge here from either side of the Atlantic to safeguard national security interests of the Western world. And at the same time, Capella obviously extends that opportunity for us. There was a question around the Golden Dome project, and yes, I mean, I think it's safe to say that there are opportunities for quantum networking in space. someday quantum computing space, and there are fantastic synergies for Capella to help us unlock that, given the broader and grander plans for space that the Trump administration has and has had since its first term. And honestly, the intervening administration also carried on those ambitions. So there's been a good decade of space investment here, and it looks like there's another great decade of space investment to come from here. We're highly differentiated as the only company, outside of China that's doing quantum and space together.
Who are your, do you foresee NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, IBM as your partners or competitor, or how do you foresee this space in the long term?
Yeah, I think similar questions were asked of, NVIDIA by Intel at some point. I think we're already starting to partner, right? And so you're seeing us put out announcements with Jensen, both at GTC in March in Palo Alto. We're going to be talking more about the partnership that we have at the GTC event. I think it's in Hamburg on Thursday. And we put out a release, obviously, with AstraZeneca and NVIDIA and AWS, right? And so, at the present, let's call it early commercial advantage that quantum's demonstrating, for sure the classical connection, aids in achieving the speed up. So I think that turning months of computational drug discovery into days only happens, through the right collaboration here. I don't think NVIDIA or AWS could do this without us, and I don't think that we could do it without, the right ecosystem partnerships to make the whole workflow faster. And so I think, you're going to see continued progress in these partnerships, and I think you're going to see continuing access to meatier and meatier and more valuable problems that are going to truly change the world. The reality is everything IonQ is doing is happening, through the enterprise, and so we may not be a household name yet, but I think obviously over time, as we continue to unlock progress in key application areas, often through partnerships with players like AWS and NVIDIA, there's going to be, I think, plenty of recognition around the ecosystem that we are creating here. Look, in the longer term, yes, the power advantages of our QPUs are exceptionally compelling, right? So even doing the same thing as GPUs, but doing it at 1/10 the cost is pretty compelling. I think some of you have heard me say before that Microsoft is recommissioning 3 Mile Island to grow its data center offering. I always like to ask whether or not that really is the future. I hope it's not, right? I hope we're not having to commission nuclear power plants to be able to keep AI in the classical sense making progress. But in the quantum world, that's not really a concern. We're plugging into a wall socket. We can continue to plug into a wall socket for kind of perpetually, probably. Maybe we need the Tesla supercharger type socket, but it's nothing like the power consumption of ChatGPT 4 and 5 when it's being trained, right? So very bullish that there will be a vibrant hybrid world, and then very bullish that the power consumption alone will make quantum, let's just call it the winning computing interface, in the coming years and decade.
So you're working with many customers, right? Doing some of the POCs and etc. What stage of the POCs are they in, and who are your main industries? You don't have to quote the customers because of the privacy reason, but which phases are you tackling? Because you have 550 plus employees across the board. So how do you prioritize which sectors and industries you're focused on?
Yeah, it's a good question. We're a public company, so we always have to get the balance right between this quarter, this year, next year, the year after. I feel like we're getting that balance right at the moment through obviously inorganic focus and organic delivery. Um, the application roadmap that we laid out in the webinar yesterday, it's one of the final slides where we laid out, dozens and dozens of applications we unlock. You know that it's fairly easy to see what we should prioritize on there, given the unlock, the value of the problem, what year it's in, and ultimately how accessible it is through the partners we work with, right? So, we're very bullish on the drug discovery and chemical, modeling sector generally, right? Because we're already doing fantastic things there. We're very bullish on, some of the computational engineering we're doing at ANSYS, some of the finite element analysis you've heard us talk about. I'm also pretty excited about quantum AI and where we're demonstrating, commercial advantage, um, even if it's only single digit percentages now. The reality is having a quantum computer on a generative adversarial network and creating training data, allows progress and insights the classical computers don't have. And if we're creating those insights on 36 qubits, I can only imagine 256 is going to make a tremendous, tremendous difference from there. So yeah, I mean, look, this is not an easy answer because it's something we triage, on almost a weekly basis at INQ, and in some cases even a daily basis based on the results we're getting, customer interests, and obviously as we're seeing the TAM expand in a whole range of verticals at the same time. I think 5 years ago when IQ IPO'd, there was a little bit of a, is this a real thing or a curiosity? Today, every Fortune 500 CEO has a strategy for quantum, right? And so I think you're going to see, exponential progress in the next 5 quarters, game-changing progress, and obviously the next 2, 3, 4 years, you're going to see, unrecognizable progress, is what I would say
Yeah.
about where INQ is and the kind of apps we can solve.
Until 2 years back, everyone's saying, "Oh, quantum is 2 decades away," and etc. But as soon as the AI became a little bit more mainstream, and now everyone is changing the tune. We are now in like 5 to 10 years or something like that. I think, and with the advancements of AI and how fast you can do the development of things, and it can also speed up even further.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we're going to use and we're going to using and going to use classical AI to help us make progress in workflows every step of the way, right? We are a growth stage company that happens to be public, as they say, right? And so we think we're in very much the first inning here of where quantum's going to go. If you look at NVIDIA, for your earlier question, they only had one use case for GPUs up until whatever 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago,
Hmm.
and that was around gaming, right? They were a gaming company. GTC was originally a gaming technology conference or something like that, right? And today it's about AI because it turns out that GPUs are pretty good at West Coast AI. Now, I think that some of the Marvin Minsky school and East Coast AI is going to come back because of quantum computers. I know there's disagreements about this in some quarters, but the reason why I am more convinced the human brain is a quantum computer than a classical one is the combination of the exceptionally low power of about 5 milliamps that your brain runs on, and the
Hmm.
fact that your brain learns with very little training data, which I think is really interesting. So for all of you on this call that have children, and I've got a couple daughters. I've always marveled at the ability of a 1-year old, a 6-month-old, an 18-month-old to learn about the world with one example. If you
Hmm.
show most children a picture of a car or a train or a plane or, a bear, and then they happen to be outside and they see that same object the first time, they are able to point at it and identify it, which is a remarkable feat of taking 2D to 3D. And it's a remarkable feat with just one example typically. Compare that to how many gazillions of watts of power that it takes to train anything on LLM, and you have to ask yourself, has nature figured out how to run, a very clever organ and our heaviest and most important organ right inside our craniums, right? So quantum's delivering insights. It will continue to deliver insights. There will be progress in classical. Um, Classical will do a number of things quite well for a long time. But what we've seen time and time again with computing, whether it's CPUs that started with just a calculator,
Hmm.
and today everyone has a CPU in their phone and their tablet and laptop, through to GPUs, where it was once really just a kind of, dedicated niche business around entertainment. The more quantum computers that we have that we sell, the more we figure out what they can do. And we are constantly positively surprised at what they can do with smaller number of qubits than were forecast, even by the finest minds, in the world of physics, like Dr. Richard Feynman and so on. So I extrapolate that to mean that you will need quantum computers and you'll need classical computers and the biggest in the world to figure out what the problem sets are in some cases that you'll be able to unlock as these machines get bigger, because they're performing so many calculations per second, no one's ever fathomed it,
Hmm.
right? I mean, easy example is there are problems, that we're sizing right now that need more logical qubits rather than qubits than RSA encryption cracking needs. And that's obviously a new theme, right? 5 years ago, we thought that was the ultimate frontier. And today we sit here and go, well, no, there's actually material science, there's chemistry, biology, pharmaceutical opportunities that require, substantively more logical qubits than even RSA cracking. And so I think we're just at the start of the escalator here. We're going to see progress on every metric, and we're going to become a standard looking industry research piece about, compute utility, economics, economic value add and output. And we're going to help deliver not just national security to the US and UK and European, North American governments, but obviously we're going to deliver national economic security, because we truly believe that QPUs are the next leg up in growth, where you see how much value GPUs have added on CPUs, and GPUs couldn't have happened without CPUs. And I think to some extent, QPUs are the same. They're going to add much more vertical exponential value. It's going to happen sooner than people think, with more amplitude. And we're going to unlock problems that we didn't even know in some cases existed or were valuable problems. Um, and we're going
One,
to do that all with less power, than ever possible before.
one question which always comes a lot in the overall online space is, quantum will have a massive impact on RSA and security and crypto. Do you foresee the quantum resistant currencies coming up, or you know, so what do you foresee in this space?
Yeah, I mean, I foresee the applications on the last page of our webinar yesterday happening, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. So I have much longer Excel documents that are not publicly disclosed, where we're trying to size, dozens and maybe even 100 more applications, right? And so the applications team is one of the most exciting bits of our company right now, because we have absolutely pioneering work going on from some of the finest minds in the sector, industry across the world, and they're pleasantly surprising themselves in our company. In some cases, every week, and we're publishing some of the papers that we out there, and things like quantum AI that we put out in the last few months. We continue putting papers out on almost a monthly basis to show where we're spending some time where we see that there is clear economic value add. But look, this is such an early stage business compared to where I think it's going to be. That for sure, we're just scratching the tip of the iceberg here in terms of combinatorial app progress, right? I mean, I read an article, I'm sure some of you saw it, on combinatorial chemistry for Alzheimer's treatments. And this is a topic that inflicts significant misery on many people on an almost daily basis. Combinatorial chemistry is a fantastic fit for topological data analysis using quantum computers. That's something that we already do. And so I think you're going to see that as we spend more time with more problems, we're going to surprise ourselves in a very positive way. It's just a question of having the biggest application team. So I'm investing there because I can see the benefits literally every day and week for what we're unlocking and who we're working with. But it's really quite exciting. We haven't really found a lot of problems yet that we don't address, and don't address in grand style.
There's a lot of competition between China and the West in the technology space. now we are moving past the defense, and now we are all, I mean, everyone is trying to compete very hard with China, whether it's AI or we have also seen some of the advancements they are making on the space as well as quantum. How do you foresee the overall the investments from US, UK, and the West with your company and in the space especially?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the US and UK need to solidify around IonQ as the leader. It doesn't make a lot of sense to continue thinking that people that don't have systems that run today and won't have one that runs next year are all of a sudden going to be good at something they've never done before, right? I always like to remind people, if you had a brain tumor that you want to have operated on, you're probably not that excited going to the first year student who's never done it before who wants to experiment on you, right? You want to go to people who are tried and tested. And in every case of the word, that's IonQ, right? IonQ uniquely is able to operate today, operate 5 years ago, operate in the future. And I've never seen an industry where someone goes from zero to hero without a lot of years of stumbling,
Hmm.
right? And so, I can't emphasize this enough. I mean, whenever I'm not saying it's this group of people, whenever anybody wants to tell me that they believe in some other path, I'm like, okay, so what you're telling me is you think your venture investment is going to pay off because people who have never done something before must obviously be better at it. And that's a pretty illogical perspective, right? And so I need the U.S. and U.K. and we obviously work with the governments, and we will keep reinforcing this message. We want them to support us because we are the Western world's best chance of winning this quantum space race, as Peter Chapman likes to put it. No one has more progress. No one has a stronger, higher probability roadmap than us. And I think we are able to lead the charge here, but we need some congealing of opportunity here through all administrations and government, both sides of the Atlantic, to make sure that we are productively expending our resources on areas that are going to remunerate us properly.
Is there any change in the timeline for your AQ chipsets, or are you trying to more speed up with all these acquisitions you have done in this year?
Yeah, I mean, look, we need to ship systems and continue powering revenue. We're obviously trying to figure out how to combine roadmaps and when we, you know, s- cut over, as you will, to a single combined roadmap as opposed to having, two or two and a half roadmaps that are proceeding. But we should do that carefully, right? So,
Hmm.
I mean, I do think that AQ56 is so much larger than 64 that we obviously will have to figure out how to balance short-term, medium-term, long-term resourcing with customer demands. But hey, that's what we do for a living, is try and figure out how to make this week connect to this quarter, connect to this year, and connect to next year, and make sure that it's as seamless as possible, even though there's a lot of work going on under the hood.
Hmm.
But there's a lot of respect between our engineering organizations, and what we presented yesterday really is the unified view from LightSync plus IonQ plus Oxford on how we're going to do this and when we're going to do this.
Hmm. Awesome. Any questions from the audience? Go ahead, President.
Yeah, I had a question. So I know IonQ has stepped into the space industry pretty heavily with Capella. Where do you see? I know that not only does IonQ have a moat with its processing capabilities, but as you were kind of saying, do you see that as a strategic key for like an end-to-end quantum company for others trying to aspire to that? Do you see that that is something that is a necessity to being successful?
Look, I mean, that's a good question. I think success begets success always, right? And I've been demonstrating that in the last 100 days, right? I think it's difficult to believe that any other company would have been able to achieve what we have, both organically and inorganically the past 100 days. That I've been in the role, and I think we're just getting started. So momentum matters. It matters in our total presence with, top secret government labs and RFPs. It matters in our ability to access, obviously, things like Golden Dome. And it matters, obviously, in our quantum networking business tremendously because even telcos and financial services firms are thinking about QKD over satellite because, again, you have to secure the key pieces that keep modern civilization chugging along. And that's really about communications, the battlefield, and banking information, right? E-commerce, et cetera, right? And so when you think about what we rely on today, and we've been relying on the past decade or two, that we don't want to go away ever, um, cybersecurity and quantum security runs right through that. So you guys have heard me talk about the quantum internet, obviously on prior earnings calls. I'm not saying that as a complete lift and shift replacement for classical internet, just like I'm not saying it's a lift and shift in the short term on QPUs versus GPUs and CPUs. But there's no doubt that corporate security is a topic near and dear to every CEO's heart. Quantum security is going to be, an important solution for all companies on Earth, all governments. In the coming not just years but quarters, they've got to start planning here. I mean, it's just not that far away. People don't realize that, whether you're Google, IBM, or ourselves, people are all looking at, RSA and going, it's nearer term than people think, but that is vulnerable. Now, obviously, we are the good guys, right? So IonQ is trying to produce a solution for the threat of rogue states, bad state actors who obviously have an interest in undermining Western governments, if you will. It happens to be that in providing that solution, there's obviously a fantastic monetization path, for IonQ, and the most vulnerable pieces of that modern day communication network are ground to satellite, satellite to satellite, and satellite back down to ground. And so, China's announced progress in QKDs in space. We need to do that too, and we are obviously ferociously trying to lead the charge there. So Capella is a really unique asset for us because there is no other quantum space company in the public markets anywhere in the world, and there isn't a quantum space company, obviously in the U.S. period. And so it is, we are in a lot of ways, a unique asset for the Western world, and I think it's a unique growth vector where there will be, there will be data centers in space someday, and there will be quantum computers in space someday, and there will certainly be, quantum key distribution and communication network security in space. There's just no way that civilization can keep marching forward if this is not secure, right? So anyway, we think that we are vital to this nation, not just to obviously the Fortune 500, but we are really excited by the engagement that we continue to get from Fortune 100 companies as they, start to recognize that quantum is not something they can, kick the can on any longer. It is something they must invest in, sooner than later, or they really risk getting, blown out of the water.
Blown away from China too. They have to invest, otherwise you either you invest or you perish.
So, sorry, say that again. I couldn't hear very well.
I said if they don't invest, they would be outcompeted by China.
Yes, well, by China and by other competitors as well. Yes, exactly.
And especially this government spending a lot on the defense and etc. Hopefully they'll also look into the quantum space sooner. This particular field can get the next massive investments at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And and there's been some budget discussions the last few months, I think it's fair to say. But hopefully that's all gonna wrap up relatively soon. And I believe the U.S. government will continue to prioritize space and quantum and AI.
Cool.
All right. Thanks so
Thanks
much,
a lot.
everyone. Really
Yeah.
appreciate it. Great day. Always appreciate the gang. Please, please keep supporting us. Follow the news. We we continue to have a an exciting week here that I think has just put a big dent in the universe, and I think it's more of the world when we look back on it will have been changed today and this week than people
Yeah.
probably give us credit for right now. So exciting times.
So Nicholas, since this is a new domain, it's a complex domain. Even when I go and ask many of my colleagues in the big tech company I work in, a lot of people don't understand. You should do more and more spaces, more talks, and etc. Because the space is going to evolve super fast.
Yeah, fair enough. Good point. Let's spread the word, and I'm not sure how many people are on here this time. I guess 65 of us, but I look forward to that being 64,000 someday. So thank you all for your support, and you guys have a great morning wherever you are. Take care. Thanks so
Yeah,
much.
thanks everyone. Thanks for joining
Thanks so
this
much.
space. Thank you. Bye.
Anytime. Thank you.
So sorry, folks.
Elon?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Fantastic. Sorry about that. And endless issues. But I'm here now, and I'm
I don't know. I have a feeling that's going to end up in court. Sometimes when I do stuff, I'm like, oh shit, this is probably going to be in court someday. I shouldn't have said that. This is one of those things. After poses a very good question. Why is 1 billion market cap for Fartcoin okay, but 10 billion market cap for IonQ not okay? I will tell you something after. I think they're both shorts. I don't know if you. Pretty wild, but yeah, that's my conclusion. They're both shorts. Fartcoin price to revenue? how does this guy not realize that like some people thought I was a pretty promotional CEO. I always thought I played it pretty pretty accurately. Like, how does this guy not realize that telling yourself that you're going to be the next Cisco is not like fucking the biggest red flag in the world? Talking about the golden dome. Yeah, most big pharma is not a short. I'm long Sarepta. I was long PayPal. Most big tech is not a short. Like Nvidia, Google, those are good longs maybe. You know, I do market neutral. I try not to have more longs than shorts or more shorts than longs. So like we bought Circle at the IPO, made like 30-40% on that. So don't make me raise my voice at you. I don't like raising my voice. All right, the old Martin's staying in prison. This is a new Martin. Now you're getting me a little ticked off. I don't follow AMD too closely. Yeah, let's do some work. I did want to do a little bit of programming too, but how am I hedging? Hey, my man. Hedging? Homie. I mean, hedging. You all right there, Pedro? You little bag holder? What AI company makes money other than NVIDIA? Okay, well, let's see. Microsoft? Google? Oracle? OpenAI? Amazon? CoreWeave? Meta? Tesla? Is that a good start? No, that's really funny, Almond. Yeah, I don't know who you think you're arguing with after, but I'm gonna need some complete sentences if you're gonna try to come to the crown. Slazer, OpenAI loses because they're building out infrastructure. The core business is very profitable. I mean, they have 10 billion in revenue. They just started the company. Think about that. They have 100 billion in revenue. I've never seen a startup that just started, didn't optimize GTM, and has 10 billion in revenue. It doesn't grow to 50 or 100. They're just scratching the surface. I think OpenAI could be, 500 billion in revenue or more. I don't think all of them lose money on inference. But you also have to realize that like the compute costs drop really really fast. So like OpenAI has been lowering prices, which is kind of telling. I don't know, Slazer. I might know a little bit more about this than you do. Just a little bit more, maybe. Maybe you guys know more about OpenAI than I do. I don't know. Hey, it's possible. Cursor, I can't speak on, but it is possible that you know more about OpenAI than I do. It is definitely possible. I just may not really be an expert at what I talk about. It's just possible that you are the expert, in fact. sometimes that's how it is, you know? I mean, I study stuff for years, just show up and I get schooled by some rando. It is what it is. It's hard to say how vulnerable Bitcoin is to quantum. Congratulations, Austin. I'm worried about Oklo because it's very bubble. It's like bubble behavior, and it's going to be a new Farcoin. It's going to be a new barometer for like how speculative people want to be. So it's like if Oklo's up and Farcoin are up, maybe. OpenAI is a hardware company. I love it. Let's go. You know, you're right. After I'm out of my league here. I'm just gonna let you have this one. I love picking fights with apes. Last time I picked fight with apes, it was AMC. You just picked a fight with 1,000 gorillas. We diamond-handed. Shorty, you gonna burn. Matthias, I'm not so sure. Hop in my Discord, you can see what I work on. You're gonna be scared when we hold all the shares. And you get squeezed and you can't find shares to cover because we're never selling. Okay, let me get this straight, apes. Let's say there's 50 million shares of a stock. Yeah. Okay. 50 million shares of the stock. And you apes own 30 million shares of the stock. Hell yeah, we the biggest holder by far. We apes. I'm gonna draw an ape here. Right. So you're the apes, and you're the biggest stockholder, and you own 30 million shares. So you know that's a good thing, right? Hell yeah, we paid top dollar for them shares. Now you're short, you're gonna burn. Okay, I'm gonna get to that in a second. So I'm short 100,000 shares. This is $20 stock, right? That's $2 million. Okay, now you and your apes, you bought all these shares, but the stock price didn't go up for some reason. But anyway, there's still 20 million shares, that are in non-ape hands, right? Right. We're gonna buy them too. Okay, got it. So these are in human hands, non-ape. You own the float. We own the float. Yes. Okay, so, all right. So let's say the stock is, trading around 20, up and down. It's being manipulated by you hedgies. I'm not trading it, so I'm not manipulating it. You got phantom shares. All right, let's just stick to the point here. All right. So you guys own those 30 million shares, and they're not going anywhere, right? They ain't going nowhere. Diamond hands. Let me draw a little diamond here. I'm not a good artist. So. Diamond hands. Okay, right. So now I look at the order book. What's that? Well, it's a list of bids and asks. So here's the bids, here's the asks. Okay, and I see a bid for 20.5 and I see an offer for 20.6. So because you guys are apes and you own all the float, how do you influence this order book? Well, we have the float, right? But somebody's willing to buy at 20.5 and somebody's willing to sell at 20.6. And when that happens, the last sale, let's say if somebody bought, it would be 20.6. If somebody sold, it would switch to 20.5 and it would just keep kind of going back and forth, right? Yeah, that's how the market works. What's your point? Well, I guess my point is, it seems like the apes have nothing to do with this. What do you mean? We own the float. Yeah, but like, you're not market participants anymore. You basically gave all the control to the non-apes who are trading the stock. You actually haven't done anything. Because now the non-apes control the price. If I sell even 100 shares at 20.5, the stock price goes down to 20.5. If somebody buys 100 shares, the stock price goes to 20.6. You have nothing to do with it. So it seems like, you guys are diamond handing and everything, but how do you, if you're not really involved in the price discovery of the stock anymore, it seems like you haven't done anything to change the price. The last sale of the stock is going to be what matters. So if the stock price goes down to say 19.10 or times 19.20 for the offer, then you're still not involved unless you're going to buy some. But if you're already all in, you have no more capital to buy. So everybody else controls the stock. Don't you think you should sell when it peaks so that you can buy it back when it drops? Diamond hand, we can't sell. We made a promise. Don't you see how you're actually hurting the stock price? Because you're giving the power to the rest of the market that will now dictate the stock price instead of you? I never thought of it that way. But I can't sell. I'd be betraying the apes. Can't break the oath. What? The oath. Oath? Oath. All right, Skrelly, you think you're smart. You think you're tough. You can't even fathom what we're doing. Change that little thing you got on there from 50 million shares, okay? Change that to 49 million that we own the float. There's only 1 million left. Now you're gonna burn, shorty. Okay. I see what you're doing. This is a bit different. Okay, so let's say you're right. You guys buy all the stock and it goes up. Now that's what I'm talking about. There's mowers. All right, so stock goes from 20 to 40. Sweet. You guys are doing great, right? Yeah, we doubled up. And we're going to double again till I'm the richest guy in Bama. Understood. All right, so now the bid is 40 and the ask is 48.05. You keep going to this bid ask thing. I don't like that. Right, but the last sale was how they determine if you have a margin call or what your account is worth, right? So all that really matters is what the last price was, whether it traded at the bid or their ask. It doesn't really matter, but that's the new price. That's your new worth. If you own 1 million shares, you're worth 40 million if it trades here. You're worth 40 million, 50,000 if it trades there. You can't really change that. That's just how the market works. It's called mark to market. I know I wish I could mark my stocks to whatever price I wanted. It seems like that's what you guys are trying to do. Hell yeah. We just going to trade it amongst ourselves. Mark this mark this company to 600 a share. Why not? They do it on Wall Street all day. I want to do it too. I understand. Okay, so let's say this happens. You guys diamond handed it, but what happens to the person that bought it for like 20 and now it's at 40? They gonna diamond hand it. I understand that, but let's say that person owns 1 million shares and they want to pay taxes or, buy a car or something. They only want to sell 100 shares. I don't see a problem with that. That's only 100 shares. Okay, right, but they're going to make the price go down. Because they are now hurting the stock price. The million shares they own kind of are more of a liability than an asset, because the only thing they could really do is make the price go down when they sell. And in fact, they're going to have a disproportionate impact on the price because you guys own the float. And when they sell, their shares are some of the only shares left trading. So you kind of have hurt yourself, I think, more than helped yourself by cornering this stock. In In fact, if you look at how the corners have worked, they generally don't. Nobody's ever cornered a stock. It's never actually worked in the history of finance. Markets have been around for 300 years. I don't know. I think the thinking that some people have is like it's magical thinking, and I don't know why. I mean, some people buy like the cost of admission is worth. It's honestly worth to many people the entertainment they get out of it, because they think they're sticking a middle finger up to Wall Street or something. But the funny thing is, Wall Street sticks one right back out. I heard a rumor of how much Citadel lost on GameStop. Some people think Citadel made money on GameStop. Does anybody think that? I'm not supposed to talk about this either. Very much not supposed to discuss this matter. Maybe maybe it is public. How much did Citadel lose on GameStop? It's a big number. Big number. I mean, Citadel's still in business, still doing fine, right? So you can guess, but they didn't make money on GameStop. They didn't make money shorting GameStop or doing payment order flow. They got their ass kicked. But I think that markets are a little bit weird. Like so take quantum computing for example. This is going to sound a little like voodoo and like technical analysis, so you got to bear with me and just take this with a grain of salt. Yeah, they did not make money on GameStop. Citadel lost a gigantic amount of money on GameStop. So one of the things about markets is that they're really, DRS your shares, they're really effective tools. They kind of work, I'm not going to say they work on a supernatural level, but I will say that the outputs of markets as machines, they're not neural networks, but they're machines. The outputs of lots of machines are surprising. Neural networks can output natural language, it's incredible. Markets output something it's a process. Or a machine that outputs something really interesting. One of the things that markets seem to sense is weak positions. So at the time of the squeeze, so to speak, at GameStop, there were a lot of hedge funds in trouble shorting the stock, and they basically had to capitulate or they would suffer sort of either permanent loss or a really large drawdown. And neither are particularly good for the hedge fund, for having a hedge fund business. Your clients don't want to see you have erratic ups and downs. You guys know, many people poke fun at me. I'm having very much right now an erratic loss, but I'm not a hedge fund. I don't have clients. I don't particularly care about my month-to-month performance. I care about how I do at the end. I do care about permanent loss because if I have permanent loss, I don't have any capital to make it back. So I have to adjust my position sizes to kind of roughly allow me to stay in the game without being crippled, and even being right on the trade, you still don't make any money on it. So I think that one of the things that markets can sense is the pain of each side of the trade, which some people call max pain or max pain theory. Some people even have formulas for calculating what is max pain, but it's not really determinable. You can feel it out if you're a really good trader. Also, if you have your ear to the ground and you're talking to lots of funds, you can feel it out too. You can look at the short interest a little bit and see if there's been capitulation. And sometimes there's pain, but not capitulation. Sometimes there's pain, and it seems like it's going to have a capitulation. So it's really hard to tell. When you whisper, well, the hedge fund industry is composed of people. We talk, we gossip, and there's a lot of discussion about who's losing money on a trade or who has a big bold trade they're making. Oh, I heard, I don't know, Millennium is short 5 million shares of IonQ. Oh, I heard they're gonna fire the guy that did that, and they're gonna have to buy 5 million shares of IonQ. There's that kind of idea. So I think that markets can sort of sense these sometimes, but in other ways, markets don't particularly care. In the long run, the process of the market, kind to take a Niccolo de Masi quote, the market weighing machine is a process that runs concurrently with the market Max Payne machine. So to me, I feel like, again, the rhythm of these trades is really interesting. Some people are really in tune to them, and they really have this gut feel. To me, I like to override my gut feel a lot and just go with the weighing process machine, especially because I don't manage other people's money. I feel like, what do I care? I can be down 10% in a month or more, as long as I feel comfortable what I'm doing isn't crazy. So, it's an interesting kind of way to do things. No, Christopher, I'm talking about increasing positions and being unafraid of mark-to-market losses. Other traders have to flinch and capitulate, but I can afford to flinch last. But even I have to flinch at some point. I haven't really begun to raise more capital for the trade, but I'm confident I could raise quite a lot for adding to this trade. But I could also use other resources I have, which I haven't done quite yet. So I have some breathability if these stocks double again, I could survive it. I am heavily short QUBT, yes. You are never supposed to add to a losing position. But the word never doesn't really apply to investing or trading. There are no rules, there's only heuristics. And I think that this is one of those times where it's like Tilray at 200 and wheat stocks in general. Wheat stocks were like very clearly, I'm certainly talking to people, Johnny. I don't know, I don't think I'd do anything for less than like 5 million a pop, and I would just get a fee for the trade, manage the trade somehow. But that's basically it. It'd be like a special purpose hedge fund. Probably Kalen, I'm not sure. It's probably much more of a split that's favorable for the investor. Enter a name. So like Bill Ackman has done this before, where he just raised a fund just to buy one stock. So yeah, Garrett. I mean, it certainly. I don't think other hedge funds would be great clients for the trade, but there's family offices and folks like that trust. They like the idea. They read the pitch. So that sounds really good. How do I get involved? And I think depending on who you are, you can pull it off. Yeah, exactly. Carterfeld Kopf. That's right. They don't have to pick sizing, entry, exit, all that stuff. Yeah, Aditya is also right that these kinds of stocks scare a lot of hedge funds, and then if the last few months has basically scared all of them. So if I knew that, of course, VP, I'd go long. That's just kind of what you have to live with as a short. I mean, I think you should never leave your North Star for longs or shorts. You know, the day that you start thinking that you're the psychological master of the market, you basically said, my ability to value companies and research them is subordinate to this mysterious psychological phenomenon I think I can intuit. How can you intuit it? You know, how do you know that you're not just throwing a dice? At least with your research methods, you know, you have something of a understanding. Your intuition can be good, but it shouldn't be subordinated. Match Music, you're asking a bunch of kind of ridiculous questions. They're kind of fun to answer, but let me see what your older one was that I ignored. Yes, he said, it's crazy how much risk there is in shorting. The max reward is 100%. I gotta think about that one. That's a good one. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think momentum trades just tend to extinguish themselves out, and then you need to see financial improvements at companies. Like if D-Wave has a bad quarter next quarter, then the stock will drop because people will say, well, the CEO said quantum is now. Well, where's the revenue? Yeah, I think that psychology to me is something that's going to just be normally distributed. I don't believe I'm better at market timing than anybody else, even though I have 20 years of trading experience. I think I am better at investing than most other people. I think I can tell what a bullshit company is and what a successful company is. But even then, I think I'm right 60% of the time, not 90% of the time. And this one I feel really confident, but not necessarily mean anything. But on the timing part of it, we get trades that sometimes work like the day we do them. And then we get trades like this that are thorny and difficult and painful. And like I said, I'd love to just escape with just a small loss. I would be thrilled. I have tons of friends where if you told them you can go back in time and just say, I'm going to lose $1 million on this trade and you're never going to worry about the trade again, we would all do that right away, including me. But we're in this trade and we're going to work it out. And it's not going to be a positive experience no matter what. But let me tell you something about investing. There is no investor that only wins. Never heard of that. Not Steve Cohen, not Jim Simons, not Warren Buffett. Simons was close to bankruptcy twice. Steve Cohen had to shut his firm down. There are so many cases where, it's hard to be right all the time. Pretty much nobody is that. Alejandro, we don't take you seriously, dude. we learned something a long time ago that I think a lot of people need to learn. This is really important. Process is more important or better than or greater than results. So if you don't give the underlying reasons for your thinking, this is what you get judged on. You don't get judged on your results because, think about it. If I had my cat poop on the litter box and I divided the litter box into 4 sections, here's the litter box. Here's the litter. There's the poop. And I said, well, let's see here. This is the NVIDIA corner. This is the Palantir corner. This is the Merck corner. And this is the Oklo corner. You know, if this poop was right 3 out of 4 times or 4 out of 4 times, you would think it was magic poop. It's a magic, it's a magic litter box. But the reality is, that's why we care about process. Why are you doing what you're doing? What got you in this trade? Some people even talk about pedigree. Who are you? Who taught you how to invest? Why should we believe you? Even if you have a good pitch, who the fuck are you? This isn't an easy game. I want to hear about you. That's why, when you become a professional athlete, they want to know, where'd you go to high school? Who was your coach? What's your process? And your results matter too. At the end of the day, 1 and 2 mean nothing if you can't deliver 3. But we start with 1 and 2. Don't really care about somebody who gets lucky. Why? We'll take a even bet. You have a 50-50 chance of being right and wrong. You can express this either as 0.5 or 1 over 0.5, which is 2. And what are the odds you get a bet right? Well, it's 50-50. What are the odds you get 2 bets right? Well, it's 0.25, which is 25%, or the reciprocal of 1 over 2 squared. Well, how about getting 10 bets right? What's 2 to the 10? Does anybody know? Let's see, 2 to the 5th is 32. 2 to the 6th is 64. I think it's 124, right? 2 to 8 is 256. Yeah, it's 1,024. So to get 10 picks in a row, you have a 0.1% chance. But here's the crazy thing. There's 300 million people in this country. So how many litter boxes is that? It's a lot of litter boxes that are really lucky. I mean, just on 1 million people, that's 1,000 people, right? Kind of remarkable. You got 1,000 Warren Buffetts. I mean, if you could think about options trade. If you can get a 50-50 options trade right 10 times in a row, basically even $500 becomes, $1 million, right? So this is why we care about process, because you're going to run into people that are lucky. And you still have to decide, was it luck or is there an idea behind it? And if they can't explain it, it's probably just a lucky litter box. If they can explain it, it's still probably a lucky litter box. You got to think about, again, who is this person? Why are they good? What made them good? Natural talent? Is it somebody that they worked with and trained with for years? Did other people recognize their talent? Or nobody's recognized their talent yet, then do they have any? Maybe they don't have talent. Maybe it's a fraud. They could be a savant, but more likely than not, it's not true. So, before you take a stock pick, think about it, because you might be just picking up a turd from a litter box instead of carefully thinking about, is this something that is repeatable? Process is repeatable. Process you can improve over time. You might say, okay, well, I was a really emotional trader 10 years ago, but I'm a lot better now. 10 years ago, I didn't really know my industry like I don't know it now. Whatever it is. 10 years ago, I didn't really understand value. Now I do. 10 years ago, I'd ignore momentum in markets, and now I pay a little attention to it. Whatever it is, your process, you're going to make it better over time, if you can survive. But part of the process is surviving. Part of the problem is your results and surviving stuff like this. And not confusing results for process. It all ties together. God cuts you off at 2 to the 10th. I like it. Yeah, I mean, what doesn't work is also, you have to be very careful about assigning the causality. You could say, one of my favorite things is when people do biotech for the first time. I love this. This happens all the time with every binary event. It's about to happen again with INMB. So with cassava, we explained the short really well. We're like, here's how it's going to work. Here's how this all happens. And then, it happened. And people said, most of the people, like in the Joe Springer chat room and stuff like that, the cassava chat room, guess what most of the people said? They said, I'm not going to trade biotech again. And so they're trying to eliminate what doesn't work in their investing career. Their money's gone. Hopefully not all of it, maybe all of it for some. And some will say, I'm not going to invest. It's a rigged game. Only guys like Martin can make money in the market. Of course, I feel the same way now about quantum. But the point is that the people who lost their money in cassava refused to blame themselves. They refused to improve their process. Their process wasn't that they should never trade biotech again. That was not what was wrong with their process. What was wrong with their process is that they didn't have one. And the process of saying, well, if I avoid biotech, this won't happen again. And they'll go rush and buy Aqua, or they'll go rush into some eVTOL company, or, Joby, what's it called? Archer Aviation, whatever. And it's like they don't have a process for that either. They just heard the stock's hot. So I feel like, they're completely drawing the wrong inference of what they're learning from in terms of their mistakes. And you can't help those people. But if you could learn from your mistakes really intelligently, that's one thing. So for example, a lot of people say, Shkreli, you're not a tech investor, stay in your lane. You're better as a pharmaceutical investor. That's an interesting observation. Of course, the only person that I think knows those results over a really long time is me, and I don't think it's right at all. But you have to be really careful when you self-assess, because you may actually end up reinforcing a bad habit. And I was talking to my friend Quest. If you guys know who Quest is, if you've been following me for a while, he's like my internet best friend on Discord. And he's this Canadian game player. We have like very little in common. He's super liberal, etc. So, but he plays League of Legends and he's very good at it. And we were talking about like getting better at chess. And Hikaru stops by in these streams sometimes. And I like to think, maybe I'm a 2,500 at investing, maybe I'm 2,200. I don't know. But, I think I'm not 1,200. But I am not great at chess. I'm like 1,400 at chess. And I joke with Quest all the time, who's like 2,500. This is ELO system, if you don't know it. The 2,500 he's like 2,500 at League of Legends. He's not 2,800, but he's very, very good. And we talk about what does it take to get better. And I think that there's I think that, he nailed it really well. He said, if I watch you play League of Legends, I will literally can point out 200 different heuristics you've got embedded in your brain the wrong way. When you started playing League of Legends, you picked up around 200 bad habits. And each one has to be unwound very carefully, psychologically, innately, like you've addicted yourself to this bad behavior. Chess is the same way. You don't even know what your problems are. So if you don't know what your problems are, then how do you fix it? And you just keep reinforcing these bad habits. So you kind of need a coach. And one of the best ways you can get a coach is by working somewhere. You work at a hedge fund, you work in a mutual fund, you work anywhere. Get a job anywhere at a fund-based company, even if you got to be an assistant. And then you can start learning. But until then, and sometimes you'll listen to your coach, but you won't change anything. I had one of the best chess players in the world coach me. I gained 100 rating points or something, but I didn't gain 800 rating points. And I have tons of bad habits for investing. Some of you probably can see them. Some of you think you see them, but you don't. It doesn't matter. Investing is about you making decisions, not me. You have to make your own decisions. And you have to learn from your mistakes, if you can even identify them. When Quest shows me mistakes in League of Legends that people make, consciously or subconsciously, I'm amazed because I didn't even know that mistake existed. I didn't know what it was. When people who play chess for the first time learn about, minor piece quality or space or initiative or like things that they sometimes think maybe they had a word for, and other times they just didn't even know what it was. No clue. So, it's hard to get better at things, especially things that are game-like, like investing or chess or poker or whatever. But I think it's healthy to pick up one of those hobbies and see how much better you can get at them. And if you start to say, hold on, I need to be better at chess. I cannot, if you say to yourself, just put your, I love to do this, and some people ask, like, how did you become successful starting a drug company or whatever? I took my drug company public at 28. How could you do that? And I would say things like, pretend that somebody has a gun to your head. Pretend that, the world is going to end tomorrow unless you don't do this. So do that with something easier like chess. Play a little chess and ask yourself, tell yourself the world's going to end unless I reach 1,000 ELO. Oh, you play a couple games of chess, you lose, and now you have 600 ELO. Fine. But the next step is, how do I get better? And you might go Google something or whatever. But you have to sort of really start to think about, how do I get better at things in general? And what's funny is we were talking about League of Legends, I said it's the same exact thing in investing. And this other guy says, it's the same exact thing in poker, this professional poker player. And somebody else says, it's the same exact thing in math. And it turns out it's the same exact thing for every skill. It is self-reflection and just making sure that you you aren't blind to your blind spots. You have other people who can point them out that you trust, ideally people you work with, that are not, that are sort of incentivized to help you and tell you the truth and not just pat you on the back. For people who trade by themselves completely alone, I don't know how they do it. I don't think I could do that. I think that it's just too tempting to get into bad habits. People, you need, unless you're really self-aware, you're going to put yourself into some bad habit you just can't even see. You don't even know it exists. And you're going to grind and grind and grind until you can go from 1,400 to 2,500 in chess by training. I think anybody can do it. But it depends on how many years you've created these bad habits. Yeah, it's a bit of a Kaizen concept for sure. That's a really good point too, James. How much time you play versus what is your rank. I think IQ is real. I think that the problem is that no matter how smart you are, we're all still ruled by the same dopamine hits, and we tend to over-index to satisfying our anxiety. So if the human brain always wants to be comfortable. So cognitive dissonance is very painful. So when something doesn't work, it's not my fault. These idiots who are long quantum computing stocks. In this case, that's true. But point being, refusal to sort of accept that you made a mistake, refusal to, acknowledge that has nothing to do with IQ. It's all about here. You don't want to be uncomfortable. Who wants to be uncomfortable? the mental uncomfort of being wrong is so much easier to deflect it and blame somebody else in trading. The balance sheet stuff, the income statement stuff, the DCF, the experience, the due diligence, the channel checks, the interviewing management, yeah, it's all really, really important. People get that wrong all the time. But if you don't have the first part, all the second part won't help you. You'd be a really, really smart investor that doesn't make any money. And that's not worthless, by the way. That's worth something. You can work at a fund still. I might say, oh, well, Sean, you don't know anything about how to put this trade on, but the research you did was excellent. You have to believe you can do better, that's for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to force yourself into that win. Like one of the favorite things I like to say is that like there is some series of decisions you can make. It's like a bit of a maze. Each thing is some like weird decision point. It's that they're binary and they're just yes and no, do it, don't do it, etc. And this is like 2 to the 30th. But there's some series of decisions you can make right now, like starting today, literally, that turn out in the outcome of your net worth is more than any number, really, more than $1 billion. But the question is, what are the decisions? We don't know. One of my favorite things to do is kind of work backwards. Well, how do you make $1 billion? Well, most people do that by owning some kind of company. So I have to own a company. So over here, I say start a company. That's my decision point. And I'm on my way. But it's murky. Here it's, okay, well, I need a company with, 100 million in revenue. So over here, I start to plan, how do I get 100 million in revenue? And here I say, well, to do that, I first need 50. And it needs to be in a sector where I don't need to be existing in a long time to get to 50 in revenue. And, other companies can get to 50 very quickly. Okay? We start a business that looks like that. Well, to get to 50 in revenue, I need capital. Usually I need about, 10 million in capital, at least. So I have to raise 10 million in capital. And each time I start, connecting the dots, I start to get to my goal. And, so I have to raise that money. To raise the money, I have to have real good connections. I have to network, okay? That's over here. Well, to network, I have to know who the hell is important, don't I? It's not just easy enough to just go out and start talking to people. I have to study who is important, who's worth meeting. Okay, then I have to impress them somehow. So I have to learn a lot of stuff about the thing I'm doing. And then they'll say, wow, Martin really knows a lot about biotech. I should give him a chance. Or you know a lot about quantum computing, and I should give you a chance. Whatever it is. Okay. And you just keep going and going, and I think that you will have a positive outcome. That's interesting, Zelton. It's kind of a weird type of reverse engineering. Sort of starting with your goal in mind and working backwards. Yeah, I don't, some of the things, even if you can take one little kernel from them and find it useful, I'm happy for you. I just hope I don't give you bad kernels, because everybody does that too. But one of my friends told me Denzel Washington still takes acting lessons, even though he's one of the best actors in the world. And his theory behind it is that even if I could do one thing better than I did yesterday, pick up one little trick, I'm a better actor than I was yesterday. I want to be the best. I want to be the best in the world. So, there's a lot of, there's a guy who does this, like, What I Learned From series. It's like What I Learned from Charlie Munger. Where is he? Is it this guy? Pretty sure it's this guy. Yeah. He's a Microsoft guy, right? Maybe it's not this guy. You guys know who I'm talking about? The guy covers like legendary investors. Trent Griffin, there we go. 25iq.com. Looks like he hasn't updated his blog in years. He's got some pretty good things here. He's got Bloomberg, Jim Chanos, Leon Cooperman. He's interviewed a lot of great investors. John Doerr, Chris Dixon, Larry Ellison, David Einhorn, Bill Gates, and Bill Gates Sr. Murray Gell-Mann, I guess before he died, Eli Gill. These are all names you should know too, by the way. Speaking of networking. You're welcome. You're welcome. Make sure you sign up for Godel Terminal. GodelTerminal.com. Now, when are these guys going to ship me something good? Should I just go out there and yell at them? What do you think? That's like weird bone pain. I'm going to be here all night, so don't worry. We're going to get through a lot of stuff. I just have to, there's a lot of little things I can do. I'm not sure on INMB yet. The biggest thing that worries me about INMB is not that the drug doesn't work. It's just that low market cap. So I mean, small molecules are still most of medicine, so they're not going anywhere. All else being equal, you want your molecule as small as possible, but not too small. My fear on INMB, which I didn't have on Cassava, is that it's a phase 2 trial. It's a small market cap. Any sign of progress is going to make the stock go up. Only the company admitting defeat will make it go down. And we have no clue what the company's going to do. Oklo is a very big market cap, or you're saying Akio, sorry. Different. Akio Pharma. Oh yeah, you told me about this a while back. It's going up and up and up. Do I remember Insight? Of course. No, I forgot about one of the biggest biotechs in the world. I don't know much about that one, Adam. Sorry. I haven't refreshed on AbCellera. Yeah, all the charts look the same. And that's partially why they rise and fall together. If I go to Godel, I can do HMS, which is historical multiple comparisons. So if I do, which one's Oklo? Oklo versus NVIDIA and Intel. Well, NVIDIA and Intel are looking like paint drying over the last year. But Oklo is up 500, 600%. Well, let's look at D-Wave. Let's add that. D-Wave makes Oklo look slow. All right, let me get rid of Intel now because it's useless. What else? What else has gone crazy? Let me look at IonQ. Well, IonQ looks slow too. So maybe let me remove D-Wave. These look like superimposable, right? All right, how about, which ones are you guys thinking are superimposable? I don't know if Carvana is that. Yeah, Carvana's a little bit slower, a little bit of an underperformer. How about Rigetti? That also kind of makes everything look slow. But let's rewind it to 6 months. Now these things are all actually a bit closer. Does RGC count? ASTS, Archer. Get rid of this guy just real quick. But 6 months, the bare minimum stock is up 33%. And all the way up to almost 300% for Oklo. Yeah, maybe CoreWeave too. I don't know Sezzle, but Sezzle counts. Last 3 months, the correlation is even tighter. There are some winners and losers here. I mean, ASTS is kind of a dog. Archer's been a dog here too. Rigetti's been a super dog. But for the rest of these, yeah, they look pretty similar. And they're wildly different companies. You've got one quantum, one nuclear energy, one car rental, one payments, and one GPU rental. So pretty cringe. That 5 different companies, pretty much the same chart. Palantir as well, but Palantir would underperform all of these. Such a big company after all. So we had Robinhood or Dave. Let's see. Hood. Hood is also kind of, yeah, Hood just fits pretty well. CoreWeave is the big winner here, which is wild. And Sezzle is also the outperformer, but if I take those away, these 4 stocks are like superimposable practically. Dave is also somewhat superimposable. Again, you know, some of these are up a little bit more than others. But yeah, you know, there's no alpha here, right? Like, this is just lockstep movements. You can't trade this. There's no separation. Just momentum. Almost all of the stock price movement is attributable to something other than what the company does and their results. Which is fine. Correlation has gone to 1. It's hard, Clark. You know, when correlation is 1, you got beta. You're trading beta. So most of my return is explainable by just short beta. So why not hedge beta? Well, return will be 0 basically. Better 0 than negative, right? I think you wait. I mean, you just wait. Try to get alpha by trading or investing. Obviously, these aren't the only stocks in the stock market. There's plenty of alpha to get. And then be market neutral and wait. It's better to be up 50 basis points a month. And then when all this stuff separates, you're up 20, 30%, than to try to force being up 20, 30%, which is what I've done. I've tried to force it when these stocks aren't ready. I preach that you should be beta neutral, but what have I done? Mostly just leverage short. So the market goes up, I lose money. Now I'm confident, the market will either go back down or alpha will result in these stocks going back down and decoupling. But either way, there's a perfectly good hedge for it. Do you guys remember when I used to say, I should buy Palantir? Palantir is a good hedge to all this nonsense because even though Palantir is expensive, it's a good company. And I wouldn't mind owning Palantir, whereas I obviously would mind owning all these other stocks. But what ends up happening is, okay, you have a big gain on Palantir. I'm gonna sell some of these. I'm gonna sell some of these. Some of this Palantir I'm up a ton on. I'm just gonna stick to these shorts. So there's a bit of a bias, a cognitive bias that comes in where you say, well, the hedge has worked so far, but I want to take the hedge off. INMB is pretty volatile. It goes up and down. What is your current play? What does that mean? I'm not playing anything. Football? Basketball? Play? You talk to me like that again, you're going to have a problem. What's my current play? You sound like a retail investor. Practice. Talking about practice. No one isn't a retail investor. This is just cope. What? The fuck you talking about? Yeah, let's pull up AKRO. Who are these guys? Are these individuals? That's a weird name, General Atlantic. Do you think his mom named him that? Well, let me check out this one, Citadel Advisors. LLC. Do you think the LLC runs in the family? That's the dad's side? They took the dad's side? Alliance Bernstein LP. Must be German. That's a German family. I keep seeing this capital management guy. That must be like Smith, right? Capital Management LLC. There's Alkeon Capital Management LLC. That's like a John Smith. And there's Geode Capital Management LLC. that must be like Steve Smith. It's a big family. This capital management family, long focus capital management. That's like Joe Smith. Some of you don't belong here. Click the X button. Get the fuck out of here. Unsubscribe from me, man. You're done. You're done. You're fucking done. Go watch Meet Kevin. Stay the fuck away from me. You know, they say that you're the average of the 5 people you keep around or you hang out with. I don't want to be the average that includes you. You take the average down. Get the fuck out of here. Wasting my goddamn time. Government grants. Sarepta doesn't have any government grants. That are material, at least. I'm the HNIC. You know what that is? Despite all the work and money that goes into programming tooling, it's still difficult. Trying to SSH into this box, impossible. It's gotten a lot easier, I'll say that, but it's still annoying. I'm editing a make file for any of you nerds who know what that is. It's amazing. ChatGPT showed me a weird speed up that is like this like register you use when you compile just to A100s. It's got this special flag that's very esoteric. It's like who knows this stuff? Obviously, if you're doing this stuff all day long, you pick up these tiny little improvements. But it's remarkable that like ChatGPT is your buddy that like he really knows A100 architecture. Let me ask him. actually ask the normal ChatGPT for this. I don't need 3.0 Pro. I haven't been using C since literally I was a kid, so I don't know how the make ecosystem works. Indentation issue. Tab, not spaces. How quickly we forget. Okay. Nice. Not sure that worked. Yeah, I think you do have to deal with that stuff if you're trying to do performance tuning, Peter. One big beautiful makefile is one big beautiful makefile.
China. China.
We're gonna make Microsoft pay for it. Build a build an object file. Build a wall. Hell yeah, Apache. I can't say anything bad about Oklo. China. Lenny, I don't know. You might want to email support. Contact@dl.software, and I'll escalate it. Contact@dl.software. I should sell DL software to IonQ for 400 million in IonQ stock. Wait, no, for like $1 billion in IonQ stock. 400 would be my take. And just pray the stock doesn't go down 90%. Do Apache selling his Godel account for four times earnings? But it's probably more like 1 times earnings after we do all our price increases. Soon, X-Man, man, soon. We've tried 2 or 3 times to get international going. It's close. All right, I'll be right back. Oh snap, I'm back. What are you guys arguing about? Tesla's look, I mean, a lot of people see it both ways. And that's the brilliance of the market, you know? On one hand, you have this like optically overvalued company that growth is slowing, it's got this insane price. On the other hand, you got the greatest entrepreneur of all time. So the age-old question will be asked, does the people matter or do the numbers matter? And ultimately, I probably would go with the people. Would I rather have Elon Musk at 3 times the normal price or have Nicolo De Masi at half price? Give me Tesla every time. We got a new tweet. Isn't this guy doing an ATM as we speak? There you go. Did a 180.
Of a quantum computing startup, which means that I'm financially motivated to mislead about the state of quantum computing technology. Tens of thousands of years of human life, billions of dollars of capital, publicly traded companies whose stocks are crazily swinging up and down. World leaders like Jensen Huang, Bill Gates, and Martin Shkreli desperately trying to make sense of the endless headlines. It's pretty frustrating to feel the ship swinging between extreme pessimism to deranged optimism. If you ever really want to see a real quantum computer, at some point you have to reckon with pretty extreme engineering challenges. Despite that, about 8 years ago, myself and my co-founders moved here to Silicon Valley, and we started making claims that we are going to solve those challenges. This is where we're now testing thousands of wafers of quantum chips that are built in a commercial semiconductor fab where you'd normally build chips for laptops and cell phones. These wafers actually contain a superconducting material and single photon sources. Those chips are now becoming so complex that we're actually running out of cryogenic cooling power, and so we've introduced higher power systems. We do still use these chandeliers when we want to test just an individual chip, but I think we're all looking forward to putting these chandeliers on eBay. So we're really lucky now to have access to the LCLS2 cryo plant at the Stanford Linear Accelerator. This has about 36,000 watts of cooling power at 4 Kelvin. That's pretty much exactly the same scale as the systems that we're going to put into our sites in Australia and Chicago, where we're breaking ground in the next few months. And much like a conventional data center, where we have 19-inch cabinets, each containing hundreds of chips, our team has been really hard at work designing and commissioning this system. This is our cryogenic cabinet. So essentially we flow liquid helium into this system from the top, and that cools our chips to their operating temperature. And if I think about the history of the semiconductor industry, self-driving cars, rockets, robotics, and so many other technologies, to me, it really doesn't look like a story about breakthroughs. It's a story about grind and about sustained and dogged progress over decades. It's about leveraging capabilities from adjacent fields, about desperately trying to keep things simple, and most of all, it's about taking something that everybody said was impossible, something that's been impossible for decades, something that's failed and failed and failed, and dragging it, kicking and screaming, over the threshold of usefulness. You can build 3-nanometer transistors. You can catch a rocket falling out of the sky. You can drive a car across a city with nobody behind the wheel. And it's really an extraordinary opportunity to find ourselves in this position where we have a serious shot at adding a real and useful quantum computer to that list.
A little overproduced, but very motivating. Sipping on some scissor.
Morgan Freeman. They hired Morgan Freeman. QRL. I don't know. Mike, yeah, definitely. I just need more time. Yeah, I think it's hard to bet against Elon. You know, there's nothing wrong with saying management's good. Now, again, this is what makes a market. You decide management's bad, you're going to make money if you short. You decide management's bad and you're wrong, you're going to be in a house of pain. Now, same thing if you go long. If you go long and you think Elon's not washed up, you'll be rewarded if he's not washed up. You go long and it turns out he's washed up, look out below. You're going to be in a house of pain. Market's very good at pricing. What is the odds? Market's saying it's pretty good odds he's not washed up. He's got $1 trillion market cap, despite, you know, maybe the numbers don't 100% support it. The market believes in Elon right now. So in some ways, you have to determine, well, what happens if it all comes true? What's the implied odds that you're getting? So what are the implied odds? Jensen's all in on quantum, man. He's going to rename NVIDIA Quantvidia. Quantvidia. I just heard it from Jensen himself. Crazy, right? Call it Quantvidia. NVIDIA with a Q somewhere in it. NVIDIA. I'm gonna play some music, man. QPU, CPU, GPU, all side by side. Ooh. Ooh. I need more coffee. Old Alkaline Trio album that I like. Short, sweet. Where did they price Chime? If Chime can't hold its IPO price, that's not a good sign. Got a pen in my head, deeper blue, and I use Linux. I SSH into it. I use WSL too. Okay, it'll hold deal price, but it'll be interesting how it trades. China. China.
China.
emotionally filled, order filled.
My, what a mess we've made of our pretty little
Okay, field this. Fields right now.
Nothing to see here but the rain. There's nothing to hold you but the flames. Nothing to see here but the rain. There's nothing to hold you but the flames. Nothing to see here but the rain. There's nothing to hold you but the flames. Nothing to see here but the rain. It's raining flames. Earth to sleepy smile. Where you take those bedroom eyes. Not assuming you wanna keep up. I'm assuming you reckon you won't.
Yeah, Alkaline Trio is one of my favorite bands. I haven't seen them play recently, and the singer became the singer of Blink-182, which is kind of funny. But I don't think he's there anymore. I don't know.
This house is full of ears, but I can't talk to anyone. They've heard this one 1,000 times.
Slipknot. Slipknot.
Most exciting thing I do
I don't listen to radio music, bro.
at a third floor window. Maybe throw lit cigarettes down, and maybe I'll catch fire. Something warm to
Yeah, Chris, that's been around a long time, man. Sleepyhead by Alkaline Trio. Love Katy Perry. If Quantum drops substantially, I will do a Katy Perry dance party. That's the lengths I'm willing to go to. Oh boy.
Alright, what's up, guys? Oh, yeah, Algamelon, exactly. Oh, King Miles is invading Haiti? I have to see if my probation officer will let me do it. That sounds pretty fun. Patience can be dangerous, Pharaoh. This band, I didn't know anything about them. They had a couple of hits. Let me play them.
She was struck down, was running from yourself now, getting what you told. Never let your guard down, anywhere you go. In the right place, at the right time, it's still you sinking to the floor. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. Back out in the middle of the line, and now back down with the feeling, and I can lie. You know won't be long until the end. Let the spotlight shine on me again. Back out in the middle of your life, just like a blackout in the middle of the night. You know it won't be long till the end. Let the spotlight shine on me. Anything makes you feel alive. Well, then I'll never ever fight. And when you see me on the floor, it's just a part of my show. Oh yeah, anything makes you feel alive. Well, then I'll never ever fight. And when you see me on the floor, it's just a part of my show. It's just a part of my show. It's just a part of my. Deep in the night.
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? I'm having a baby soon. 2 months. Little baby boy. Little baby boy. Aqua was down a lot. Now it's up. Man, this thing is squeezing. I kind of want to jump on top of it. Help squeeze the shit out of it. I don't know anything about the business though. Squeeze the shit out of it. Make you pay what you did to me in QUBT. We'll make you pay the same way. Look at this shit. I knew it was gonna go up too. Shit out of me.
This shit scared the shit out of me that it's still scaring me that it's up at $70. If this is at $70, well, I can't Quantum go up too. Poor guy. Apo knows. I'll make myself some more coffee. What's up, Mike? What are you saying? Damn. Shit's going to 100. Look out below. Aqua's at 10 billion cap. Wow. I got a business plan too. I mean, fucking IonQ's at 12 billion. Nothing. take drugs. Oh wow, look at Akla dropping. Who wants in on shorting this thing? Well, that's a big drop. Big ass drop. Who wants to short it? Alejandro. Why does the title have you dead? Alejandro. No, it's not revenge trade. It's make a fucking gigantic fortune trade. But would you know anything about that? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Listen, you want big gains, you gotta take big risks. Okay? Mostly I just try to sleep, but lately my cat's been waking me up for food. It's been a little annoying. This Keurig tastes like shit. How do we get better coffee in here? Maybe we should get a pot. Percolator.
Bender spitting knowledge. Oh yeah, I want to buy Ripple. That's a good idea. Sounds lit. It's totally not a scam, right? All global banks are using Ripple. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Oh, oops. I thought you said XRP. XMR is different. Yeah, I'm not sure I want Monero either. Fucking crime coin. Listen. I think it should exist, but a lot of people don't want it to exist. A lot of people call that the crime coin. Wow, this Aqua meltdown. I love it. Eurogen looks like it's open in 12. Good idea, Apo. I don't think I want to be on any crypto trains right now, to be honest. It's a little sus. Give me all your Monero. You got a 504? Can you guys still hear me? Nothing to hear you but the rain. Nothing to hold you but the pain. Nothing to hear you. Quantum internet, baby. Why you do this? Why use Vercel? Friends with Guillermo, man. We like that dude. I'm down a little bit in the last 2 months. Lauren's. I think the pump's over for Circle. The old Scully would just be screaming right now. What the fuck? Why is the site down? Fuck! We lose all my customers. What the hell is wrong with you? Ah! Turns out that doesn't make it go any faster. Motherfucker! Who broke Prod? Who the fuck broke Prod? Take me to him. It was me. I broke Brad. That is not a good way to manage a business. Just for anybody who doesn't know. I learned it from Kramer. And Kramer is nuts. Yeah. Kramer was a lunatic like that. Yeah, Robert, as long as your emotions don't make you make bad decisions, right? That's the key. You're allowed to have emotions. If your P&L doesn't affect you, it'd be weird. Yeah. Our internet in general is fucking trash. Firebase outage all around the internet.
Firebase is down.
I see it.
Anonymous can use it, but if you log in, everything freezes.
Got it. We gotta get off Firebase! Firebase is down. We have a Firebase dependency. So any website that's using Firebase, I think is going to have the same problem. So if you're logged in, if you're not logged in, the site's still up. It's your Firebase credentials.
Nothing to see but the rain. Quantum DB, baby. Nothing to hold you but the pain. Firebase is Google now. So this is free Godel. You can just use it. It just works. GameStop. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. You gotta have better resiliency than this, man. Come on, man. Firebase. Fuck is Firebase serverless function? What kind of lambda is this?
letter for
Dear
Leanne,
one,
my girlfriend, from Mike, her boyfriend. Not too mushy though.
Thanks.
Hey Leanne, Mike's got a thing or two to say. You're the one who keeps me grounded, my partner in chaos, in a good way.
Firebase is down, guys. Firebase is down for every Firebase client. Vendor reimburses you. I have programmed in Rust. Bro trusted Google. Now I got owned. Firebase. Firebase is down. That's one of our vendors. And that means that we're down. If you log out, you can use Godot. I'm not an engineer, so I'm just flaming Firebase. walked it off. Oh, what? Ah. This is,
if you're logged in, our auth system is on something called Firebase, and Firebase is a Google product, and it's down globally for everyone. So. Yeah, is Israel going to move in on Iran? Oh, that's funny, John. But not, also not funny.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
What's up, dudes?
I want to get to 1900. Or I need some lessons. Where's Altman Live?
knows I'm gone for good. Call off the search, no one will know that
Market
I'm
data
down
connection
here.
lost.
And believe the note I left
Market
for
data
you.
connection
We can't
re-established.
turn back the clocks. You can't pull me up from here, so don't try. Been caught underwater with time to kill. Thinking back, I forgot to tell you this. Didn't care that you left and abandoned me. It hurts more, 'cause I would still die for you. Been caught underwater with time to kill. Thinking back, I forgot to tell you this. Didn't care that you left and abandoned me. Hurts more, 'cause I would still die for you. Make time slower, give me longer, but too late for me. No one will know that I am down here. And believe your dreams of me sinking. You were born on a leap year, filling the gaps, spinning gears, keep catching your cracks, skipping teeth, keep calling you back, telling stories, pretending they're fact. Let me go too unstable to wait, chewing wildflowers to numb the pain. Cut the lines. You'll be fine, but if it's breaking up, will you carry me away? Will you fall on your way? Just step here when I'm saying I can't. You came out, started bruising, find it tough to admit when you're losing. Oh, what should I think? Carefully crafted, show disaster. They take what you're after and get what they want out of you. Cut the You'll be fine, but if you break when I break, will you carry me away? Will you fall on your way? Just stay here while I'm saying I can't. Dissociate from touching down in the blood. The others when you burn your really understood. We say it down, break their shoes. You play it till it's gone, you're on the right away.
the other person safe, but I was unsafe because I was being killed. But I was trying to help somebody not get hurt.
So while you're fixing up your bed, so while you're organizing drawers, you should just listen to the problems had with problems of yours. And what's that note you're writing there? Why are you giving me this back? This was a gift from when we met, back when you weren't so upset. I called in sick from your funeral. The sight of your body made me feel uncomfortable. I couldn't recognize your shell. You're branching off at an end for all the weight that made you bend. And when you try to shed your leaves, you pine for one thing they said. Your lack of love for yourself is sapping all of us here out. Chase your roots back to the ground, work out the knot holes for yourself. I called in sick from your funeral. The sight of your family made me feel responsible. And I found the notes you left behind. Little hints and helpless cries. Desperate wishing to be over. You said you're trapped in your body. You're getting deeper every day. They diagnosed you born that way. They say it runs in your family. Generation will be past that ground. Despair trick us down. Imbalance chemical crunch. Open up, follow down. You said remember me for me. I need to set my spirit free.
think Spotify's down now too. I was surviving it for a little bit. Let's see if I can survive it. Some more. I thought it was our Wi-Fi too. Kinda working? Cyber attack? No internet? No internet, snow day? Missed this. Yeah, so this could be a lot bigger than just Firebase going down. I'm sure it's nothing, but it's possible that, you know, between what's happening in Iran, Israel, and the U.S. do joint strike on Iran, and Iran, North Korea, China, the Axis is retaliating with the big cyber attack. We don't know. We'll see. We need quantum networking right now. Datadog's down. Yeah, this is definitely a coordinated cyber 0 day. Multiple 0 days.
MySpace just went down. You know what's not down? Bitcoin. You know what's not down? Fartcoin. Gold. Gold still works. AWS down. Quantum isn't down because it was never up. Elon's last post was sus. What do you say? Twitter's up still. I don't see anything unusual. AI looking bit. Why see this, why see that? Why not go see some bitches? Azure up? Is Azure up? Replit down. You guys ready? Do you guys have guns? Oil? Drugs? Food? I got Chucks. I have my feminism pin. Got all I need for World War III. You wear this, you're safe. No one's shooting you. Got my Godel branded fidget spinner. Now you're gonna see me parkour. I typed deadly. Shit just got real. I studied the blade. Gorilla glue. World War III might as well get high. Fuck it. Let's do this. Galaxy gas. Damn, galaxy gas. GG's. Got a GG twin. Making that whipped cream. Yeah, I don't know. Hit that, Holmes. War is imminent. By God. Hit that on stream, homie. Need a proper build. Hey, ChatGPT is up. It's a miracle. League is up. China. This is China. It's
China.
who hacked us?
China.
Who do you think hacked us, Trump?
China.
Could it have been?
China. 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 China.
Depends on the person. Phone numbers, emails, addresses. What do you want? And who? You can always request somebody. We can provide more info. I'm here to serve you. You got the Tesseract formation? Let's go. Whole internet's down, Peter. Gave DeepSeek too much. Oh, stupid American. You make a DeepSeek best app and you give us all personal information, including password, to AWS. Why you do this? It's all over for you. Stupid American. Works on my machine. I gotta go pee pee. No, can't say I ever met Mark. Mr. Cuban. I think the beef is squashed, but I don't know. It's up to him. All right, I'll be right back.
Fair account value or whatever. Old story. Look at Google FTX code or FTX RNG code. It was something about like customer amount or amount of money they have or something. They were just like, yeah. Fuck it. Pick a random number. Got nowhere to go, where to go, where to go. I am freezing. Fuck this. I'm dehydrated, which is probably why I'm a little sleepy. I also fucking haven't slept all. Maybe it's time to go home, take a nap. Fuck it. Just say fuck it. Fuck it. I don't have too many positions. Yeah. World War III's coming, baby. And it adds up to me. No prices are manipulated, you fucking moron. It's a stock market, not a fucking Zimbabwean election. No, I want to. I want to look at Anavex. It's manipulated by forces we don't understand. Come on, bro. Stop being an idiot. What's from Good Old News? Do you see something? You see something, say something. It's the rule. I'm in Sarepta. Bro, there's no manipulation in the fucking stock market. Stop dreaming. This bond is hanging. That's not good. Nothing to see but the flames. Oh, he let me live. Nothing to see but the flames. Way to go, got so far to go. Go, way to go, got so far to go. What is Hacksaw? I never even heard of it. You gotta tell me what it is. What's the DC parade?
Talk about a streamer, an entertainer. I mean, that's cool. There's a lot of rich entertainers. I mean, my wealth is also increasing very rapidly, so don't get too comfortable. Got big plans, buddy. Major fucking plans. Take over. Way to go. Oh Lord, I fucked up. Eh. Stock tips canceled. No stock tips. We're all out. I wouldn't trust those kick deals. A lot of those are pretty suspect. I mean, I'm sure Kick is paying somebody, but I wouldn't trust everything that's quote unquote Kick. Gabe's great. Gabe's the man. I mean, how do you know what the guy makes or doesn't make? I mean, and why do you even care? Yeah, stakes kind of money laundering, isn't it? A net. Yeah, I think you could speed run billions of dollars. Let me see here. Can I do this? Is this elite? I don't think so. Pawn is at risk. You see how this rook is just out of the game? He's just like not playing with it, basically. I mean, it does protect. I mean, the two rooks do protect itself. Got so far to go. Do I advance the pawn or not? Oh, actually, good work. Still know how to protect this fucker. Ooh. This could be dangerous as well. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Stupid ass. Fuck out of here. Bitch. Bitch is culero. That was a mistake. You fucked up. Ah. Take, take, take. Take, take, take. I wish I had more time to read. Was that a free bishop? Did I miss this? No. How's that a free bishop? That's great, IK. I'm really happy that you like our product. I feel the same way. Really sorry Google dropped the ball here. Okay, what is going on with this? Huh? Nope. Nope. Huh? How about check and take? I can just take like this. Nope. Have to do this, I think. Sort of all the same, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, I think so, Kartik. But can't turn the clock back, can you? This is a draw. I don't remember the Zynga IPO. Would have been fun. I think I won. Should have taken that drop, pal. Ah, he wants to do the old yoki doke. Ain't gonna work, pal. It's over for you hoes. Resign, buddy. Time to resign. Declines draw. You fool. You fool. I didn't see the delinquencies growing. Is there a monthly like is it like the CDS or the tranches of the collateralized debt, the CDOs? Totally BM. Yeah, I like Sarepta. Where to go? Where to go? Got so far to go. Right now the internet's down, so you got a problem with me, RS? Huh? 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 Oh, I see. Prison was pretty. It was a mix. I mean, sometimes it was racially segregated, sometimes it wasn't. You got a fucking problem with me?
Order filled.
Hop on 2K. Hop on 2K if you're nice. All right.
Oh, you're back in? It looks like we may be back. We may be back. Slowly. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Apologize for the inconvenience. Tyrone, what up? I know that fund. Marcy Projects headquarters. I don't know what to do with that stock though. Nobody knows if that drug's gonna work or not. But I do want to find out.
You guys are causing, I'm not causing no problems. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave. But I have a kid. If I don't and these people are having their children taken and they're playing. What about my kids? I need to get a job. Then what happens to my kids? I can't help you. But you can if you could just move out the way. We're not going to. How is this a peaceful protest if there's nothing to do? No, it's not.
How do y'all as white people feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work. I care so much.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work?
Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problems. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave.
Oh no.
I like Sundays. You find Sundays depressing? I do not. I don't know much about Oklo. It's a song. Got it. The fuck? No, Kramer people didn't really work on Saturday and Sundays typically. I used to work a bit with my boss, my other boss, Matt. Yeah, sure. Cupid is just like a bit. That's really all you need to know. It has a bunch of extra special properties, but you can think of it largely as a bit. So it can be in 1 or 0. It can also be in a superposition, but you don't have to worry about that right away. First, try to understand how computers work. And understanding low-level computer, truly how a low-level computer works, it's not that simple. So I would try to understand that first, like how are gates built in normal computers. If you understand all that, you can start to think about how qubits work, but I would first try to understand, make sure you understand how a lot of the binary stuff works, like adders and assembly, register file. There's a great book called Code by Petzold, Charles Petzold, Petzzold. I would read that. And then there's another good book called Hacker's Delight. Those 2 books really help you understand how computers actually work. That's it, boys and girls. Let's see if Adobe... What's Adobe gonna say? One more down day. A little smile on my face.
Yeah, I've been too focused on other shit, Squeege. I'm also focused on running our business. Also been my cats have been just stopping me from sleeping, getting a decent night's sleep. Back to down 39. TVA, exactly. I don't know if the cats are just hungry in the middle of the night or what, but I feed them like several times. Don't make no goddamn sense. How'd it make sense? Viper Gen 1 for 25 stock split. I remember when these guys thought they were such hot shit. I don't play too much anymore, but you know, I like all amps. I'm not that too particular. I don't do much on the modeling side or the computer plugin side. Shit, I'm tired. Yeah, I'm a big Zuck fan. I respect the Zuck. Zuck Inspector. Zuck Respector. Adobe record revenue. Oh shit. Okay. Raises guidance. 11% year-over-year growth. Not much of a raise, but people also were kind of worried about Adobe. It's a tough one. I'm not sure I chased this one. I don't know if I'd do anything differently, Jinzo. Hindsight's always really not that valuable. It all depends on how aggressively you want to play the game, right? I was up on a 24x return, so for me, I played it pretty heavy. Now we got Immune, Capricorn, Anavex, Compass. We got a whole bunch of binary events. It's gonna be binary summer. I mean, Adobe's one of the most successful software companies of all time. Yep, we are getting hurt on Quantum. That's where we're at. But comeback is real, down 39%. Well, I remember when they made the move to subscription. Long time ago. Saruparib. Ooh, that looks interesting. What the heck is Saruparib? Oh, is that that PARP 1 selective? Serena 6. Cami plus CDK 4/6. HER2 negative. Metastatic breast cancer with ESR1 mutations before progression. So that's first line. against aromatase inhibitors. I use every product, virtually any product. Oh, 305. I appreciate it, BioBreeder, but if you can't afford, you don't need to support me. You know, I'm rich. I don't need your help, but I appreciate it. You know, just hit like and subscribe, and that's more than enough for me. How am I celebrating Pride Month? I'm letting Alejandro live. That's how I'm celebrating Pride Month. Fucking letting him live. He's allowed to breathe. Yeah, I'll give you a deep dive in these nuts. Hold on, let me get my accountants on the line. I'm so tired. I like the Goring Gambit. Oh no, my friend. My friend, it's over for you. Oh, my friend. Why you keep playing? Don't play no more. It's over. Come on, Poppy, it's over. Oh, you want to keep playing? Oh. No problem, Poppy. I got you. Hey, Holmes. Keep fucking with me. Ugh. Ow, ow, ow. Mm. Ow, 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 ow. DMX. My dog's bite. That's my favorite song, honestly. I like to listen to one song for the rest of my life.
It's that real shit, yo.
Butterfly in the sky.
Come on!
I can go twice as high.
Let's get it on.
Take a look,
Nigga.
in a book.
My nigga.
Reading rainbow.
You think it's a game?
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
My nigga.
Ways to grow.
Nigga.
Reading rainbow.
Here we go again.
I can be anything.
Same old shit. What?
Take a look,
Nigga.
in a book.
My nigga.
Reading rainbow.
This is the shit I be talking about. You think it's a game? You think it's a fucking game? What I really want? What I really want? Bad or die? Talk is cheap, motherfucker.
Come on! DMX, my dog's bite. What's my name? Oh man, I don't know. No way Meet Kevin's playing Rust. Oh, we can fucking annihilate his ass. No way.
Nodes in the airfield tunnel.
It's over for his ass. Let me tell the whole staff.
Hey guys, one of our Godel rivals is playing Rust right now. Yeah, load the shit up. This guy, Meet Kevin. We're gonna stream tonight. Meet Kevin? What? That's crazy. Scott, yeah, let's go. Where is he streaming? He's streaming right now. This product is him. It's Ricardo. He sells a. Let me write think about it very carefully. No, no, but you know, the big thing about us at TradingView is really turns. We have our view is so this is good diligence for you. Go to TradingView, look up the news for Google or whatever, see how many headlines for last month there were for Google, and compare it to it. And tell me first. Don't reply to me. Let's go, baby. It's over.
Let's see if CNBC's got anything else for us. Registration hardware is now getting. It's actually still going. 20.5% now.
You're about to restoration hardware your whole
have
base.
now brought to market.
CNBC.
I'll just give you one anecdote where, for years, Toby Lutke at Shopify and we would meet and we'd think about, okay, how can we get this ready for prime time? And some of those pieces fell into place with a trusted stablecoin, a scalable crypto network. But the last piece that we really had to build was actually a new smart contract that replicated some of the functionality of credit cards that people use in e-commerce. So people don't realize this often, but when you go pay for something in e-commerce, the merchant does what's called an authorization on your card, but they don't actually capture the funds until they reserve the inventory and they calculate taxes. They have to figure out shipping. And so credit cards have this kind of auth, capture, void, refund functionality. And with Shopify and Coinbase, we actually were able to replicate.
He shouldn't have done that. Now I can check.
Shipping. And so credit cards have this kind of auth, capture, void, refund functionality. And with Shop.
Okay. He's on N9 abandoned supermarket. He's on Rusty Moose, U.S. Main. It's over. Rusty Moose, U.S. Main. Fat Cat.
course he's prim locked. I spawn in with an AK. US monthly premium out of stock. US main. What is he on? Oh, I thought you guys could see my screen, no? Okay. US main. Did I buy the wrong thing? US premium main expires July. Yeah, it should work. Let's go. It'd be a shame if we destroyed you. What is ICP? I don't know what that is. Sorry, brother. Sorry, it sounds gay as hell. No offense. No, Jason, sorry. There's no real Rust esports. Well, it's not a crazy idea. People are warning him in chat. Oh, look at these snitches. These fucking snitches, bro. What's revolutionary? What are you talking about? Why don't you say something of substance? It's incredible. It's revolutionary. You make it sound worse. Make it sound like I never want to look at the thing. We finna ride on this bitch. I can solve these guys, don't worry. Yeah, this game takes forever to load. Bypassing what third parties? What are you talking about? There's no such thing as AI Unchained. I don't know anything. I don't know who Geert Kirsten is. No. What is that? Need that boar. I need some wood. Damn it. Stanislaw, let's go. Email me, man. Martin@dl.software. Snitching? I already know. Nice spear for him. Don't worry. He's gonna die at airfield. He's a noob. Come on. What do you think this is?
Tell Fat Cat the situation. Fat Cat, we got a urgent situation here. I'm streaming right now. There's a guy named Meet Kevin. He's kind of a financial influencer. He's playing Rust. We're gonna fucking ride on his ass.
Is it Thursday?
It's Thursday. He's on Rusty Moose though, so we need.
You gotta call Pluto.
Call Pluto.
Yeah.
Call Pluto. It's not a drill. It's your fucking life. I want the whole office playing this. Stop writing code. Stop fixing bugs. Stop calling clients. It's time to destroy. We're gonna teach this guy how to read a balance sheet. Teach him to do a DCF. In game. Zinc, I'm one of the best players in this game. I'm playing at work. I'm on a weird mouse that I don't like. One of the best in the world. My Rust Elo is like 19, maybe like 2,900. Mid at best. I'll show you what's mid at best. Your face. Some of this is terrible. The resources of them, just wood, some stone. This is Canada. Kevin thinks he's a pro macro trader. He's never fucking worked on Wall Street. Couldn't get an associate job. But he wants to fucking tell thousands of people what to do? What the fuck? We can ride on him. Get the fuck out of here. You know how many years of Wall Street experience we have at Godel? He's got 0. It's not fair. There's 20 of us and 1 of him. Still. Teach him what the difference between retail and institutional is. Citadel gonna ride on his ass. Heaps. Don't make me get Elon, man. He's busy right now. I get Elon. Fuck. Alright, guys. How do we play? Just tell me how we play and we'll win. Concerning. Base is nearby. Concerning. Highly concerning. Then I'm gonna bring Zuck in. I'm a little busy, but I think we can play a little Rust. As long as meta gets a cut, I'm okay with this. Just stream on Instagram, and then we can do something. Okay, Martin? Got a base here. Base down. Even a metal. Okay. Shut up. Come on, some resources. This is pathetic. Okay, here we go. Now talking. Oh, this is sulfur. Oh, I'm almost dead. My homie dead. No, no. Fuck. Send him a DM, homie. I'm sending him a DM. Sending him special. Something special. It's called C4. Anna knows. Anna fucking knows. Anna's played with us. Okay. Ow. Nobody's whooping me, bud. Let's get that straight. Resources. Great, it's all for ore. Woohoo. There's no AI on chain, there's no such thing. Trust me, if anybody would know about that, it's me. What do you know about AI? Sounds like a joke. AI and blockchain have nothing to do with each other, sorry. Trying to force two buzzwords together. Yeah, I don't know why I tried that one on for size. I wish I could have shorted it, but it was like 900% borrow rate, so I went long. Makes sense? Gotta trade it one way or another. Can't go short. Fuck it, let's go long. Durr. Durr. That's what Buffett would do. You guys saw the new biome as well? Ridiculous. See in the dark. Sorry, I know everything going on in AI, and blockchain is not going on in AI. Trust me. It's a total LARP. You just want to revive some dead crypto. Some scam coin. Never took off. I understand. Sucks to lose money. But you ain't doing that to Scrolly. Hell no. Hell no. Only in crypto do people think like attention matters. Attention is going to boost price. It's the cringiest thing in the world when people are like trying to hawk shill their garbage. It's like your shilling's not going to do anything. It's going to make it worse. You now want to tell me about some scam. I'm going to short it and I'm going to go FUD it, as you guys say. Oh, he fudded it. Oh, he FUD. Oh, my FUD.
What it? I gotta go find my old dead body. Marked it. I see my dead body or know where it is. It's in a cloth. Yeah, can we ban the ICP idiot? Jason Borges? Over for you, dude. Shut the fuck up. Only ICP I know about is insane, crazy people. You're not supposed to know about them. It's a secret. No! Who the fuck got me? Greg. He might squad immediately. I roll 10 deep, baby. We got a whole Zerg. Yeah, Oswald is really good. His bodies. Okay. Yeah, I'm on stream. Cause what? Yeah, okay, I can send you. Oh, do you have to have gear? Yeah. Yes, you have to have yeah. Guess you have to have skins to be in the server. There. Not the stock market kind.
you're definitely kings. Excuse me. Feels like it was where I died the first time. Wrong. Oh shit. This scumbag camping me. One of you assholes is stream sniping. I'm just gonna turn off the stream. Ruin the fun for everybody. I see you, asshole. Okay. What do you mean, Cameron? What are you talking about?
Shopify and Coinbase, we actually were able to replicate.
You know, I had Jensen Huang on the BG2 last year. It's when people were saying, oh, this training is hitting an upper bound.
Nodes in the airfield tunnel.
All right.
Oh, that's a.
Wildly more noticeable.
all the way on the other side of the map. I just want to rebuild up here. It's kind of a better place anyway. Jungle biome. Oh. Long Ion Q is stream sniping me. What a loser. That's a loser. Yeah, you go to my Discord if you want to get bagged. Yeah, our Discord's recruiting. What are you doing? my time. Gregory. I think that was a legit player. Rust can be a very frustrating game. I don't know if developers have gotten lazy or not, but I haven't played any really enjoyable games lately, I guess. So, not sure if that means anything. Gun sucks. You can keep it. Plus, he started after me, and I'm solo. Don't worry, I got like 10, 12 people in Godel. Godel Zerg. I'm afraid of him. Co-founder, yes. Yes, correct. Oh shit. I was worried that was Twig. I need headphones too. Can't do much without headphones in this game. Make hardware, are you crazy? Oh yes, I can print out the H100. We're making hardware. Yes, you're right, Mark. Elon plays. Some rich people play video games. Sometimes I play with the Founders Fund guys. Someone described Rust to me as sociopathy trainer. Yeah, that sounds about right. Or worse. What the fuck? Somebody, one of you assholes is camping me. I have to. Probably gonna have to AFK or stop streaming or something. Kind of a dick move. All this construction going on outside. It's very loud and annoying. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to short it, but I wanted to. How do I claim victory? Is he reconnected? You bought GME? Why? You stupid? You stupid as You like losing money? Reddit tier investor? Would you buy? Would you buy? First of all, you're up. Oh, wow. That makes you Warren Buffett. Wow. He's up, guys. Don't make fun of him. He made money. All 50 bucks. He's serious. Would you call GameStop a retailer? Or would you call it more of a crypto exposed juggernaut? Oh boy. You should probably find a new stock other than the most popular stock in the stock market. Not sure how that you think that's going to help you. Let me find the most crowded trade. Pile in. Game development is very hard. I'll say that. One of the hardest, one of the most difficult things to do in software. Little Unity enjoyer. Certainly hard to make a good game. I'm not saying I don't know anything about your game. I'm just saying game dev is hard in general. I'm sure your game's fantastic. Okay, that was interesting. Yo, Cornwallis, what's good? Yeah, you got a QA is like half a game development. Goat Simulator is a big hit.
You should rip off great games. Nothing wrong with that. Picasso said, "Great artists steal, good artists copy. Great artists steal, and I'm the greatest artist." Joking, joking, joking. Yeah, but do people really need to write their shaders anymore? Yeah, I think there's something you could do like that, Leonard. Another thing you could do is called a TWAP, which is you time into the trade. I'll be back. this? Long Island Q. Give me a bunch of shit. Go. More secure now. A lot more secure, but a little more secure. Who's out there? Who's out there? Hello? Who's out there? I'm down like 30 something. X, are you okay? The hell are you talking about?
Come on, 1900. At least give me 1850. 1823 so far. Not bad. I think so, Andrew. I'm screwed. Moving too fast. Slow down, I win. Moving too quickly. Did I die? Quantum computers. It's complicated. It's very complicated. Don't think there's no second best crypto. Well, there has to be a first best crypto for that. Oh, no, I haven't seen this language. Jai? Sounds interesting. Quentin, I don't know the answer to that question. Wish I did. It'd be cool if I had the answer. So how does Jai work? Interpreted, compiled?
China.
You know, I mean, you can never be too confident that anything happened.
Okay, what's he doing? It'll compile faster, but will it run faster? Hood flip. What's a hood flip? Okay. This I didn't mind. That's all. Seems like a mistake for him. D4 must now fall. I got my pawn back. He's got the bishop pair. Quentin, I'm taking this trade to the grave, buddy. Oh, this. They wouldn't be motivated to try to influence stock prices. What are you talking about? Who's they? They. Yikes. Did I just fuck up big time? Yikes. That sucks, bro.
kind of fucked that up. He should have kept his rook. He's still gonna win, but. This is tricky. It's a case of Zugzwang. Shit, he's really about this. Yeah, we'll see what Psi Quantum does. Race is definitely heating up. Gotta practice for guitar stream. Player I used to be. I used to be. Call SEC on who? Full playthrough. Singing like a storm sea.
Sir. Oh, I fucked up. What the hell was that? It was doo-doo. That was doo-doo. What was that? That was slick. Oh shit. Yet again. There goes that. Yes, observation, right? What the hell? Damn. You with me, Kevin? Are you with me, Kevin? Are you with me, Kevin? Pulling up my whole base. Oh my god. Must be with me, Kevin. Well, sir. Anytime, Webby. Meet Kevin, superfan, his strongest soldier. His strongest soldiers. I got this. I hate that guy. I'll stream snipe him for you, Kevin. I'll waste satchels on him. I don't give a fuck. He's going down. Chris, is there a question you have on my Bitcoin work? Well, you know, hack is usually referred to, the word used when folks are talking about social engineering and side channel attacks. That's unlikely to be something you know about, is my guess, but, you know, it's always time to learn. You know, a lot of hacking, so to speak, successful hacking comes through rooting around and just trying to observe things and kicking the tires, making sure everything's the way you think it is, but no assumptions, you know, you never assume anything. Bitcoin has had many serious exploits and vulnerabilities that have been uncovered over the last 10 years, some of which have never made it to the public. My base is still up. This is hilarious. Look at this. Meet Kevin's strongest soldier. Meet Kevin's strongest soldier. Or are you on my team? I don't know. Hard to say. Nick dead, bro. Nick dead. There's their Cult of the Dead Cow. There's all these old hacking groups. I remember the Wares scene. That was a totally different thing. That was part of the old Wares scene. Who wasn't? What was the saddest raid? He tried. He failed. He died.
sulfur. I need stone. Might show it in billions, but maybe not in succession. Rock to be discovered here. It's brutal. On sulfur. It's farmed. Little stone house here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. Ah. It's not hard to make an ETF. I don't know. I'm not following the SBET saga. What happened? Did they register all those shares, or did they do another deal, or what happened? Patriotic. don't know. Spook, I don't know what the news was. It's down a lot, so. Must have been some kind of news. Hey, who's building near me? Weirdo. Meat Kev, typical Meat Kevin enjoyer. So did they? So they registered the pipe, and then it's going to go effective, right? Is that the idea? What's the price now? I mean, what do they have? $6 of ETH? Still short. Just don't think the borrow's there, right? Extremely hard to borrow. Float was like basically non-existent. I have a lot of Sarepta, so I don't think I need to buy anymore. I like a lot of books. I read a lot. back somebody. Oh, not the cloth. Rust is kind of an addicting game, so I think it's not great to play too much of it. But I haven't played in many lives.
That was mean. Why you be sweet? Well, I was stealing that arrow from you. Thanks, dude.
Fuck. What's wrong with you? They registered. Look at the SEC filings. They registered a. I guess they're registering their.
Yeah, they filed an SEC filing. You should check it out. It's a registration document for the pipe they just did. I don't think it's another offering. I think it's the offering they did already. They're just. Looking at INMB, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if the nail in the coffin shows up immediately or not. Yeah, I procrastinate as well. It's not even 7 o'clock.
Yeah, poor Leuven.
Well, nobody's ever used the words poor Lubin in the same sentence. It probably will rebound, honestly. I'm just sick of playing that thing. I've taken so much money from it. I feel bad. I don't feel bad. Leave Bieber alone. Didn't trade it. Yeah, I've had an office in almost every building in this neighborhood, and I've also lived in this neighborhood. I don't mind living in this neighborhood. I really like living a little bit north, like lower Upper East Side. But this neighborhood's good too. Murray Hill's also good. I don't like Curry Hill. That's where I went to college. Yep. As soon as I'm allowed. The day I'm allowed. Maybe a day early. Why do you ask? Who are you? Was it hot today? It's freezing in my office. No Anuka, please. Please, no Anuk. I don't know anything about MH370. I've seen what that guy has had to say about it, but I'm not sure it's that relevant. And then, what does it have to do with quantum? Uh, yeah, I obviously can get a house. I like living in New York. You know, I could get a townhouse, but you know, until kid grows up, I don't mind living in New York. And then also we have a house in SF, so. Quantum weapons, come on. Quantum weapons, I don't even know what the hell that is. Why can't you just, you know, it's just a plane crash? Spencer. I didn't go to Spencer or Spence. I'm having a son. I wouldn't mind him going to Hunter. Quantum weapons. Yeah. Baby's due in 2 months. I don't know, Nick. Nick. Mark, do you think that they have an analyst that sits there and determines whether a stock is a good stock or a bad stock? Do you think they buy index funds? And then you have to look at this, do they have any other institutional investors? They actually have an extremely small number. It's like very scary. Like nobody believes in this company. Yeah, I think maybe SBET could be a buy. But I also see this pipe investors dumping. They're in a bunch of index funds actually. And again, one, I mean, pension funds are not considered smart money. Two, there's no analysts there that look at stocks. So I think it's much more alarming that they have no institutional investors that at least I can recognize. So I'd be much more alarmed than bullish. Now, if Citadel bought some stock or like something like that, somebody I knew that was good, I'd be really worried. I'd probably cover everything. Fidelity or somebody smart, like that'd be a nightmare. But I don't think they have a single shareholder that sticks up for them of note. So, you know, I think you're barking up the wrong tree on this one. They took my buy button away. You just have to buy what's in the Russell. It's like illegal for them not to do that. Yeah, no kidding, it's hard to generate alpha. SBET, rest in peace. It was fun while it lasted. I made like 20 grand on it. Let's go. Who's the noob for what? What are you talking about? I don't want to look into some random conspiracy, sorry man. Yeah. worried about some California pension fund. I know a lot about Wall Street, man. That's not something to be excited about. Tell me a Tiger Cub buys this, you know, Lone Pine or Viking buys this stock, I cover without even asking questions. I'm out. I might even go long. It's all about California pension. People really hate ETH. Lubin raising money to buy ETH. Can't get ETH to go up even a dollar. It's kind of sad. Didn't play much sports. Oh, this is a Grizo. Yeah, I'm kind of bearish. I haven't looked at too many Japanese companies, but we're gonna add them to Godel soon. I want to split all my time on Godel. But I also feel like I have to do investment analysis to stay on top of the markets. Good question. I like vibe coding. I like regular coding. That's bet I guess they registered their shares for sale for the for the pipe. You want me to buy your SaaS company? What do you guys do? I like acquisitions, but I also don't want to distract myself. Well, institutions are owned by individuals, so it all goes back full circle. Most institutions are running money for individuals. They're just professionals. What are you crying about, Mark? Get rich or die trying. Oh, Tomas, I'm only interested in things that are financially related, not finance and investing. So not really interested otherwise. O3 Pro just came out. Many men. Many men. What's up, Andrew? Retail is meaningful and material in certain stocks. No, I don't know anything about BBBY. Is that Bed Bath & Beyond? Is that the fake company? Or the bankrupt company that some people think is still real? Love it. Don't know what AIRO even is. What is it? Yeah, I mean, Hims is like a steady Eddie. I mean, it's not so expensive that you can't own it, and it's cheap enough that like they can kind of make a mistake and you'd still survive it. So I like it. What is DK Butterfly? I don't know what that is. Yeah, a lot of people don't like telehealth, but you could also argue that it's time we sort of take power back from the doctors to some extent. No, it's nothing to see. Yep, that makes sense, Preston. I mean, I'd rather own those stocks than short Quantum. Maybe pretty nice hedge, right? Nothing to see. Weirdos in this chat. Be weird. Yeah, I haven't looked at Sobe in a while. Yeah, probably your Spencer. Probably right. Don't know much about Arrow. Doesn't sound so great. See. Got my dudes playing darts. Today we're unveiling Trump Quantum. Trump Quantum, folks.
Damn. No, I'm not watching Nerve Gen.
Yeah, I think the GameStop falling probably doesn't help retail, and then that in turn doesn't help all the stuff that retail is generally in. Work was good. Squeezer, let's go. Join my Discord, Squeezer. And you don't see me using the shit. It's discord.gg/Martin Shkreli. Always harder workers. You can use it, dude. The people in the Discord are nice, yes. All right, I'm gonna hop, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for everything. Go Del Terminal.